About that time, y'all. Check it out. It's the new norm, y'all, 2.0. With your host, Mo Delgado. It is Friday evening, and I'm here in your face. Brand new setup, brand new establishment, brand new home type deal. Right now, broadcasting live on Facebook and on YouTube. So check me out. Come along. Come by and connect. So welcome to the show. Let me make sure chapeau is tight, making sure it's good. See, I got my tropicals on, got my tropical shirt on, because it's a very beautiful day outside. I want to make sure everybody's enjoying themselves. It's beautiful outside, and we have to make sure we enjoy the moment for what it is. Just to touch bases, today is Friday. If you guys witnessed it lately, the stimulus relief package was finally approved. So it's a blessing. It's a blessing. What we are basically right now are in a holding pattern. As you can tell, right now, as we're waiting for, everyone is waiting for their portion of the check, and hopefully, they'll get it, because ultimately it's very important that that stimulus comes in, because I don't know about you, but it's been a long damn time since the federal government gave anything to any of us when it comes to the economy. So as we're moving on, just remember, wisely, do what you need to do. Watch your spending, y'all. Watch your spending. It's extremely important that you pay attention how things are going. It's a very beautiful day outside. I want to make sure everybody's enjoying them. Make it happen. Forgive me, y'all. But I've got the show going on in two separate areas. I've got multiple screens. Once the makeup, the get-up is together, once everything is together, then I'll show everybody how it looks. But for right now, just trust me. As you can tell, let me see. Is it the left? Yeah. You see the logo? The logo is floating, baby. The logo is floating. That's a brand new logo too. I was able to hook it up. Brand new logo. But besides that, let me click on some beautiful things that we just add on to it. All right. First off, welcome to the show. I'm Mo Delgado. It's 7:00. It is the new norm. It is the internet-based talk show that brings you into the conversation. Let's start off with some updates and highlights. As we talked about, it is extremely important that everyone, you make sure that your account is in line with the federal government. I was hoping that you do this ahead of time, because if you run into a problem, it might delay your funds. The relief package, although just recently agreed on, did not include the minimum wage. Of course, it's something that we can talk about, and we can determine its use or its need a little later down the line. But it's extremely important that whatever funds you get, you do the best you can to make it work for you, because ultimately it's money that it was owed you. Because too often we like to think that, or people like to feel like the monies that we're getting from the federal government is some sort of handout. Hell no, it's not a handout, y'all. It is money that is owed to you. It's stuff that we pay into. The federal government and the economy itself weighs heavily on how we spend our money. And our federal government has had too many options, too many opportunities to keep money away from us in time so they can use it in expenditures and little payoffs here and there throughout the world. So it's coming back. It's a return on the investment that everyone makes on a regular basis. So, folks, do what you can for it. Do what you can with it, because it's extremely important that it does what it do, and it does for you what you need it to do. Of course, you hear the dog in the background, because the dog only acts up on Friday nights. Only acts up. And my tech squad, the team, the administrative assistant, the associate producer, who's usually in charge of chats and so on and so forth, is not available at this time. And then the technical advisor slash staff member, my son, seems to float up and down and doesn't understand that keeping an eye on the dog is essential because he's going to come run off and do what he do because he's a dog. That's Patch. Later on, you'll see the patch cam because we probably gonna have to do it because every time I get on this chair, he gotta be up on me. He gotta be up on the show for some odd reason. I don't know, but no, my man, you're not getting up on the show. Sorry, no, not today. We'll have the patch cam later on. Anyway, so the stimulus is taken care of. Federal government, remember when it comes to your unemployment, it's $300 in addition to what you already get from the state-wise. It's going to go on, continue, I think, for the next, I need to identify it correctly, but I think it's to the end of the year and possibly 6 months later, but it's depending on the economy, how it is. So use that to your best benefit. Folks, please do yourself a favor and don't think it's just easy money, free money type deal. We're coming to find out that there's some limitations to what people can do. There's limitations to the whole process, how things have been floating. And the limitations can affect you later on in your taxes. And we're hoping to get a tax expert, one of my favorite individuals when it comes to economy, money, and taxes. She's like a guardian angel when it comes to the economy and taxes and so on and so forth. So hopefully she'll come on a little later down the line, if not today, another day, to give you some advice, man, because it's extremely important that people understand and pay attention that it's extremely important. It's extremely important that we keep looking out for one another because we are in the midst of transforming. This is supposed to be the age of Aquarius, and forgive me, y'all, that I'm coughing. But I was rushing as I always am. Try to pop something in my mouth to eat so I won't be hungry. And in the midst of getting my technical studio together, as y'all see, there's some differences in the show that weren't necessarily available before. So I'm hoping y'all enjoy it and give me some feedback, y'all. What do y'all think? Is it too much? Is it cool? Do you think you want some elements of the show from before? We'll see. But it is 7:09 p.m., about 7:15. We'll start welcoming the family members on, the panelists, and we'll have a discussion like we always do. So remember, locally wise, there's a lot of things that transpired. Unfortunately, we found out about there was a suicide from Claridge, and it's something that unfortunately happens in areas where there's high buildings. And then in the present state of the world, we have to be very conscious that we pay attention to the people around us mental health wise, because you don't know what kind of burdens they're carrying. And when it comes to opportunities where people can take in their lives, these casino garages, unfortunately, have been something that has been utilized too many times. So it's not the fault of the building's owner. I will say it's our fault, society, because things are just not easy for us. And we don't tend to look out for one another, and we don't do what we should be doing to ensure that people can maintain a life. It's extremely important that we do so. Now, moving forward, other things that have happened, transpired lately. Farouk, I think his last name is Hussein, who's a board member of the Lang City Board of Education, has been going through some hoops lately because he was elected to be a representative in the Lang City to represent the city on the Board of Education. And his residency was put in question. During the time that his residency was put in question, some integral votes have taken place. One was the vote for president of the school board. And then secondly, a vote was based on this investigation, the investigation into the disposition of a personnel member who was once hired by the city Board of Education to be a teacher, a substitute teacher. And come to find out, the substitute teacher was into pornography or child pornography, and potentially or allegedly put some children in jeopardy. So the investigation is to find out if that may have transpired, and if so, how did this individual, who seems to have had a long track record of this type of behavior, how did he get hired? So again, the truths are there's some familial connections that are being scrutinized right now, and we don't know to what degree the investigation is. But because Mr. Farouk Hussein could not vote at that time, the school board solicitor had stricken or has withheld that vote. Now that's the question, whether that vote can take place in the presidency and the investigation and all those things that were taken out of play, for lack of better terms. Will it now be reinstated and things change and procedures go into where it should have been from the get-go? I don't know. It's some critical things that have happened and are happening right point in time, and I encourage you to pay attention. Atlantic City School Board has a budget that somewhat emulates or matches the city's budget, the city administration, the municipality itself. And they have a lot of money, a lot of contracts, a lot of positions where people have been paid to do a job who may have not had or should not morally have gotten the job or shouldn't have gotten it because of nepotism. You know, shit is real. It's a small town, and we act like small town folks sometimes, and we forget that we have to hold ourselves at a certain standard, a high standard, when it comes to ethics and rules and what have you. So pay attention to the school board, Lang City School Board. And we congratulate Farouk Hussein in his reinstatement or reinstallment in the position of the school board. And thank you for representing the children, and thank you for representing the community that you represent on the school board. Son, you're on the screen. You want to be on the screen? Be on the screen. Okay. So ultimately, the school board is a big issue, and the reality is that it also weighs in on the municipality and elected officials in the municipality. We all know, if you haven't, the mayor of Atlantic City, his wife is apparently related or is related to this person who's alleged to have done these things in the school district. So one thing's leaning on to the other. The mayor is being highly defensive about it, and he's placing people on notice that he's going to take legal actions versus people because he doesn't want this situation that's transpired on the Board of Education, any actions there, impede or affect his run for mayor and or impede on the life of his family members outside of this. And those that know, and in general, we understand. But the truth of the matter is, a small town like we are, everything can be considered political. Everything. People who are supposedly supposed to be in charge of secular realms or houses of faith who aren't supposed to be involved in politics are involved in politics and getting heavily involved in this politics. And it's a shame because it seems to revolve around assets, revolves around property. Who's getting property? Who's getting a hookup? Who's getting a lookout? I don't know, but there's a lot to be looked at. Shouting out Renee Brown. I see you connected with us on Facebook. Let me know how you like it. The new look right here. When you see on the side, on this side, I think it is. Yeah, you see the intro, and you see underneath my name on this side. Wait, no, this side. It's opposite, so I got to remember what it looked like. And you see the updates, and you see the ticker. It's real cool. So let me know if you like it, and then let me know if the sound is good, because we're making sure that all things connect, and we're utilizing a new platform to be able to multi-broadcast at the same point in time. So we're hoping that you guys like it. This is the new normal 2.0, as my man Adrian has gladly monikered or attached that moniker, that identifier to us, the 2.0, because we were at one point in time just the new normal Mo Delgado back in the past. But because we're upgrading, moving on up, doing what we can, getting our George Jefferson on, moving on up. Now we're the 2.0, yo. So this is the launch of 2.0, and we hope that you like it. Of course, if you see on the ticker itself, It identifies who we are. Also, if you're interested, leave us a message. If you're interested in leaving us a message, you're welcome to do so on, let's see if I can do this. Oh, yeah. Still linking on. Folks, if you're interested in coming on, Mike, I sent you a link. But I'm sending it all through the comment section. Folks, if you're paying attention, you'll see it. There's great opportunities for you to be able to connect. So come on over. It's 1 or 2 buttons, boom, and you're back on like we did before. So let me see if I can revert back to what I was talking about a second ago. The elections. There's also some dilemmas going on with the electoral process right now. Democrats in Atlantic County, check it out. The people who intend to run for positions like the mayor and city council, there is a deadline where you're supposed to submit all the paperwork necessary to show that you have an intention to run and you have meet the requirements. It hasn't been met yet. That deadline hasn't come by, but the county chair have chosen to give the incumbents, which in general, that's the modus operandi of the political process, for people in position, that's it. However, in this situation, the only incumbent that was given the opportunity was the mayor. The others who are running for mayor didn't even get a chance to even be considered. So me as an incumbent also, as a side note, I wasn't considered also. He was given to the mayor and his slate is what they were seeing. So there's a big dilemma because this process jumped the process ahead of time. And it's a lot of political slurring going on between Mike Suleiman and Craig Calloway. He's always making Craig Calloway this big boogeyman because of the way he works, the fact that he's helped some Republicans in the past, like the mayor did as far as Don. Don previously ran for mayor and what have you, and he won, and he was a supportive of it. So I guess at times people pick and choose what they turn their cheek on. And in this situation, Suleiman doesn't want to turn his cheek, and he says that he doesn't want to support any of Craig Calloway's chosen candidates. That's some bullshit. To me, Mike Suleiman has a little bit too much power, and in his situation right now, he's choosing for the lives of people or impeding on the lives of the process, the political process here in the city of Atlantic City. And it's impacting democracy in general because he's now acting like an oligarch. Mr. Suleiman has chosen to designate who he wants, not who the city wants. Let the voters vote. Democracy is about the people choosing for themselves who they want. In this situation, Mike Suleiman, because he has a personal gripe with Mr. Craig Calloway, has chosen to disenfranchise. And let me say it again. Mike Suleiman has chosen to disenfranchise Atlantic City's voters and the voting bloc who were voted on to represent the city of Atlantic City in the Democratic committee. These were voted in. These were people who voted in. They weren't even given a chance, being they were elected representatives or elected officials, they were stricken of that chance to choose who they want to represent them. That's foul, y'all. And as much as we cry about how the Republicans are and how the conservatives are, that's why I've always said when it comes to Atlantic County, you can't tell who the hell's Republican, who's Democrat, because everyone seems to be only vying for themselves, only caring about what they want. And in essence, it's taking out democracy out of this whole thing. It's greed. Who can pay off this? Who's involved in that? And it's just really unnerving how Mr. Suleiman has chosen to do this. But that's all right, because the way they say around my way, we got something for that ass. That's how we gonna say it. So be prepared. Lawyer up, homie. So as we move forward, Atlantic City is, as it always done, it gets what it deserves. So remember, moving forward, the election is in June for the primary, and then the general election will take place again in November. The primary consists of the parties choosing who they want to represent them in the general election. So it's right now in Atlantic City, because it's been highly Democratic, it's always been suggested that whoever wins the primary usually carries on to win the city in November. But it's been proven on recently when Don ran against Lorenzo Langford, and he beat him later on in the general election to become the mayor. So it's nothing to sit back and sit idly by and let happen. You have to be extremely active from the beginning all the way to the end, and just understand that no matter what we do, we have to keep rolling and making it happen, and making sure that democracy is being heard, because ultimately the way we are, the way things are going, we have to make sure that it is done properly. Okay. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. I can't seem to get Facebook chat on my stream, but I see y'all on Facebook right now. Again, this is 2.0. It is 7:22. In about 3 more minutes, I'll start opening the doors for the fam to come on. So we talked about Suleiman and shenanigans, that nonsense over there. All right. We talked about the city itself, the school board. Right now, there's a lot of transitions taking place in the city of Atlantic City, a lot of transitions internally. And I keep this in mind. We are still under the umbrella of the state government that said in such a manner to impose upon us the Municipal Stabilities and Recovery Act, right? Stabilization and Recovery Act, because our debt was surpassing acceptable amounts, and they felt that they have to control us and have to help us to come in. But it seems like our debt has almost doubled since they've come into play. The same type of impacts or the same type of involvement is taking place at our sister city in Pleasantville. And last week, we were going to have someone to come on and talk about some of the situations that have transpired in Pleasantville. But I don't know if they'll come on this week, but we'll see as it go along. But again, it's about sometimes we have to pay attention to the people. Who's watching the people who are watching us? That's always seemed to be a problem. Okay, so as we move forward, y'all, let's welcome some of the family members. And
she's sitting backstage.
Listen, I got this. And we're allowing Nick. Hi, Nick.
What's up?
Welcome, family.
What's up, bro?
How you doing?
I'm good. Looks great.
Nice little look, right? Different.
Yeah, I like it.
It's cool. I'm glad. I want to make sure everybody feels comfortable. Moving forward, if there's like a title you want on there, let me know ahead of time. I can always type it up and throw it on, because it's extremely important that we get identified appropriately. You know what I mean? You want to put on there, it's Nikki, not Nicole. They're not gonna do that. But how you doing?
Good. Sitting here. Look who I got at my house, Mom.
Uh-oh. Who's that? I can't tell. Uh-oh. Oh, no. What's up, sir?
All right.
No.
How you feeling, man?
I'm good. Yourself?
Hey, I'm blessed. I'm blessed and live and in person right now. What's going on in your world, brother?
Same old, same old. Ain't nothing changed.
I guess that's a good thing. I guess. Depends on what it is. At least you're healthy, bro. Family, everybody okay?
Everybody's good. There's no complaints there.
Nikki, we can see, everybody can see you picking your nose, Nikki.
No, I'm not, because my hands is between, you know what?
Don't say it. Don't say what you're doing.
I know. That's
Don't
why I
say
stopped.
Right.
Because you was going to take it the wrong way.
It ain't me. It's everybody who's watching right now.
You know how I feel about the people watching.
Yeah. I understand. But I was just talking about some of the things that we have been talking about off and on, and talking some other stuff. And we were talking about how Farouk Hussein got his rights to go back to the school board. Did you know about that?
I read that. Yeah, I read that. That's a good thing.
It is a good thing, because it reinstates him and reinstalls him in the position that he was elected to do. Now, here's the case is, though. They'll have to backtrack towards these things that he was voted that he had voted on and try to restrict him and take his vote. They're gonna have to give him those votes back. And you know
So
that
they're gonna knock out. They're gonna knock out the president and all that stuff down.
that potentially changes the presidency potentially. So we'll see how it goes. You know how it goes. Politics is dirty as hell, even in the positions where people don't get paid. So we'll see how it goes. And hopefully everything that's supposed to be will be in place and done in a just way. I ain't gonna say legal way because I don't even trust the law no more because it really depends on who interprets it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So as we move forward, hopefully we'll get the rest of the family. I sent out earlier on invites. Not everybody uses instant messenger or the direct message, but I sent it out to the regular folks. And if they're interested, and I'm able to go on to the Facebook like we did before and put it in the chat. So, it makes it easy for us. But let me know if this, let me put it to a way where it might look a little better.
That's nice. That's nice. That background and everything is nice. Y'all did your thing with that.
I'm gonna take. That's why I got the shirt on. I got the weather's kind of nicer. You know what I'm saying? In the background, I got the drinky drinks, but I ain't turning on no drinks just yet. And it's wishful thinking for now. Until things get better and this pandemic stops haunting us so much, it may be just wishful thinking. But it is what it is. So it's the new norm, y'all. This is to you. So we were talking.
Where's Adrian and them at?
I don't know. You know what? Adrian usually comes in around this time, and I know he's looking forward to it. Him and I had a conversation recently about some of the upgrades, so hopefully he'll appreciate it, being the internet administrator for the website. But he'll be on. He's always good. Is there another way to sign in on? Renee is asking that question. Renee, you can go on YouTube. Go if you want to go to YouTube to the new norm. Yeah, the new norm with Mo Delgado on YouTube. You can go there. Or the link that you have in the chat section, you can access there. If you prefer something else, I can try to instant message you. If you want to come on, it'd be nice to, one time you came on, but you didn't do video, you just did audio. So, but you're welcome to, to show. I love to see my people and their beautiful faces out here. Nikki, why you turn your mic off? What you talking about? Anyway. This is the new norm, y'all. It's the internet-based talk show that brings you into the conversation. Today's topics, we're talking about, of course, the stimulus that has finally arrived. Some of us have gotten the check. Some of us already plotting on what to spend it on. Some of us have already made plans. You have individuals that have already called the travel agent, made their arrangements, going out to Las Vegas to lose their damn minds. Or wherever it is, and this is right around that time. This is crazy, right? But the stimulus came right around the time that most colleges let their students out for spring break. Spring break is crazy in Florida. It's crazy in Texas, crazy all up in the coast, as well as other areas like Cancun. And those areas have been fiending for the opportunity to have tourism back in those areas, and I can understand as far as the need of tourism, but we'll see. But let's welcome brother Adrian's in the house. What's up, Adrian? Let me put the appropriate name on there. He's the co-host and our website admin. Wait, hold up, where you go? He bounced himself out. Why you do that? Anyway. So I found it kind of curious how the stimulus came in right around the time for spring break, and the tourism industry has leaned heavily. We're talking about airlines, buses, bars, restaurants, strip clubs, restaurants, delivery services, all those different companies, as well as hotels, motels, Airbnbs, all over those different companies are weighing in need of the this money, and the stimulus is going to definitely stimulate those areas. So for all of y'all who are planning on going to spend some time wherever you spend your time on spring break, please be safe, y'all. Wear your mask, do what you can. I know social distancing. Some of you might try to keep your faces 6 feet away from one another, but around your waistline, you're going to try to make sure you connect with others as much as possible. You know what I'm talking about. Those who know. So just be very very cautious, y'all. Very cautious. You don't want to bring back something other than merchandise. You know what I mean? So I know Mike is talking about what you can do to invest, stocks, and what have you. I'm actually in the process of bringing someone on to talk about Bitcoin, or more specifically, cryptocurrency. The person I was just talking to is more of an expert working around his own cryptocurrency, and he's worked with Dogecoin. And I'm trying to see if he can make some time and come on the show and talk to us a little bit about it. Just for y'all that just may not be aware, I'm giving you look right underneath. It'll be the designated areas. Also, if you'd like to contact us, we can be reached on the New Norm 2.0 on Twitter, the New Norm 2.0 on Instagram, and of course Facebook. You got my profile, Mo Delgado, or the New Norm on Facebook also. Adrian jumped in and jumped out. Where you at, Adrian? What's going on, man? Okay. My man Josh coming in the house. I see my brother. Welcome in. What's up, bro?
What's up, my brother? I'm finally up in here.
Saludo. How you doing, man? How you feeling?
Man, oh man.
Bro,
Going through it down here in San Antonio, Texas.
Hey, man. So how you doing, bro? Tell me. I want to know how.
Oh, man, so much to talk about. But first, I got to tell you the funniest thing.
Okay. Talk to me.
First of all, there's no profanity allowed on this show, right?
Man, speak your mind. Say whatever.
Okay. Yo, the funniest shit just happened, bro. Like, you're going to bug out when I tell you this.
Tell me.
So I've known you for what, like 2 years, right?
Right.
So for 2 years, we've been having conversations, talking. We've been going through battles online with, ignorant people, racists,
Right.
coons, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I've been having conversations with you, right? Now, I just found out just now that I've been having the conversation with you and another person who's your doppelganger, who for 2 years I thought was you, who's been responding to me, and I didn't know I was talking to two people. And his name is Mo, just like you.
Really?
And the only reason I just realized this now, I'm like sending a message. I'm like, yo, isn't your show supposed to be on now? And he's like, yo, I'm lost. And I'm like, what do you mean? Didn't you go live yesterday and say your show's today? He's like, oh man, somebody must have my password. And then I realized it's a different dude.
You got to think.
And get this.
You got
Delgado. Get this. He's a council. Look, he's a councilman like you, and he's Afro Boricua like you and me.
Okay.
So you got it, bro. He's dying on the other end. He's gonna try to like come in on the live, but he's busy right now. He's out.
Okay.
But his name is Mo Santana.
You know what? I know of him. My wife saw something in the news not long ago, and she said, I think it was last year. I think this is his first term, and she said, you should connect with him.
Oh my God, he's your like. I'm like, yo, is this the Zack Snyder multiverse? Here, like, I've been talking to the thing is he respond because he's a councilman, you're a councilman, right?
Right.
So like I talk to him about stuff and he responds to me, and then sometimes I click on his profile and your profile. So I've been having conversations with two different people thinking it's you, dude.
That's crazy.
He's a councilman, you're a councilman, right?
Right.
Yeah. So like y'all are both councilmen. His profile and your profile.
Right.
Oh, there's an echo.
Yeah, Adrian has his speaker on. I had to cut off his mic because that time his speaker was really loud.
Yeah, but anyways, beyond that, just to stay on topic, bro. Like, so I've been in San Antonio for like a little over a year. I got here right before the pandemic really hit.
Uh-huh.
So like if there's anything you need to know about Texas or what we going through down here, man, it's crazy. Like I'm trying so hard to get the bleep out of this backwards one horse town.
Bro, you
and
know what?
back to Wakanda. I'm trying to get back to Atlanta because what we just went through out here has been crazy.
That blew my mind, man. Honest to truth, I've never known Texas to have such extreme weather the way it happened, man. That blew me away.
Look, the storm. Look, they don't have weather like that. This is like in over 100 years they haven't had weather like this. So down here, whenever there's a couple flurries down here in Texas, everything shuts down.
Mm-hmm.
When I lived in Atlanta, I'm from New York, but when I lived in Atlanta for 6 years, I used to think it was funny because the town would shut down for a little bit of a snow. Like a little snowflake. They talk about how we snowflakes, man. These Republicans, they get a little bit of snow, like school shuts down, the road shut down, the police don't pull people over. It's crazy.
Wow.
But just a couple weeks ago, it was like 30 below down here, dog. And we were like 3-4 feet of snow. It was like New York snow out here.
That's crazy, B. I'm not familiar with that. That's crazy.
Bro, people died. People lost their life on some bullshit.
Wow. Bro.
Okay. So I don't know how much you know. Do you know anything about what's going on down here with the power grid?
Matter of fact, it was old, and they were talking about it was the one of two power grids nationwide who was privately owned, and they subcontracted to this subcontractor to this subcontractor, and they all fucked
There's
up.
4 major power grids, Mo. There are 4 major power grids, and Texas just so happens to be one of them.
Right.
And that's what's going on down there because they've actually deregulated down there, and a lot of the private industry got involved in the electricity business.
Mm-hmm.
So when that goes bad, it goes bad, terribly bad.
Well, here's the thing: it's never gone this bad before. Mm-hmm. And you are correct. There's 4 power grids in the country. Now, I didn't know that there was 2. There was another independent one. The way we've been hearing it here,
Northwest.
The way I understood it, and I was watching shows on it. You have Georgia Power, CPS, not Georgia Power. Texas Power is CPS, is the electrical company, but they're like the government, right? But the actual power grid, the entity that provides power, is this other entity called ERCOT, which is privately owned.
Okay.
And it's like they're like a contra, like the gentleman said. He's exactly right with the privatization, and they wanted to deregulate all this stuff. But this happened like I think over a century ago. This whole thing where they just when they were building the grids in this country, they you know how Republicans and Texans, they're like, don't mess with Texas, don't mess with us. We're Republican. We lift ourselves up off our own bootstraps. We are self-sufficient. Joe dogs.
You full of shit.
Texas provides power to Mexico, but they couldn't provide power to us during the storm. Because it's a private contracting company, okay? And we were totally, we couldn't even borrow from the other grid. You remember years ago when the power went out in New York, the whole East Coast?
Yeah, exactly. Right. I remember that very clearly.
Remember we were borrowing power from Canada?
In the 90s. Because
we couldn't do that shit. No, and it happened again in the 2000s for like a day. Remember that shit?
Yeah. That's when they talked about the Y2K bug. That's when it was talking about switching over to Y2K from 1999 to 2000.
So like now, I might as well. It was like living in a third world country. People died. This 11-year-old boy died in a trailer. This other young kid from this young man, him and his roommate, they were from Mexico. They were migrant workers. They were in a little house, and they were sharing. They had a generator, and they were sharing their power with their neighbor because their neighbor didn't have power. Mm-hmm. And for some reason, they brought the generator inside the house because they didn't want it to like freeze and break down because it was that cold. It was so cold that if I would have took water and threw it in the air, it came down to ice. No exaggeration.
I saw somebody I saw a newscast from San Antonio where they showed it was a revolving fan, and you saw water droplets, actually like stalactites and stuff like that coming from the fan itself, from the water freezing. It blew my mind. I was like, wow.
Well, this kid, he died. Him and his roommate died from carbon monoxide poisoning.
Oh man, that's horrible.
From the generator.
That's horrible.
Yo, people died. People were dying. People died here from what you call it? From carbon monoxide poisoning in their cars.
Wow. And then hypothermia from being outside.
Let me tell you how I had to survive, man. You know, and I don't want to take up too much time because I know you got other segments and stuff.
Yeah, brother.
But I had to survive living out of my company van because I installed cable. I had no water, no food. The grocery stores were worse. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. The grocery stores were worse than when the pandemic hit. They ran out of food out of here. Most of us had no water for a week. There's still some people still without power right now. And the way we survived, thank God, my mom was sick in the hospital right before this happened. She's on dialysis, so she was already in the hospital. And then they had her in a rehab, like nursing home temporarily. And I had to tell them, I'm not picking up my mom because she's going to die. That's what saved my mom's life. And I was a week and a half without power.
Wow, bro. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that. But I know you blanked out, bro. You still there, Josh? Well, hopefully you'll be able to come back on. But I'll tell you what.
Yeah, that's the terrible situation.
I'm happy. Yeah, he just bounced out and I'll come back in. It's really sad to hear someone go through that type of struggle, man. You know, for anyone to go in a situation where global warming and corporate America and foul ass shenanigans happen and people suffer, man. It's really hard. Wow. But in the meantime, until Josh comes back on, brother Adrian, how you doing, man?
What's going on, man? A little new platform here, huh? People have to acclimate themselves to this thing.
How you like it, man? I was trying to set things up, making sure, that folks know, you know what I mean? When you come up in here, you know exactly who everybody is and what everybody's doing, and you know how it is. Yeah. But I had I created.
That's what I like. You know what I'm saying? It looks like a sunset, right. Somewhere in the Bahamas or in the background here.
And for those who don't know, this is Adrian Hug. He's the co-host and our website administrator. So, want to make sure everybody get their props, bro. You know how it is. And again, if you follow us on social media,
a good platform and everything for the new year. So we're keeping our promise. And is that right, Nicole?
She's in there. She's on the Facebook chat line.
I heard her when she was on there. Where's Adrian? I was like listening to her.
She's having a conversation on the other side. She's like on the side.
Man. I hear you, girl.
All
you,
having an intimate conversation.
No doubt.
Yeah, man.
And like you said, there's a reason why they call it a stimulus check. Just remember that. That's the reason why they call it stimulus, to stimulate the economy whichever possible way you can. That's what it's about.
Yeah, very true.
Some people didn't receive it. There's no doubt.
Yeah. Well, let's see how it goes. Some people. I saw this meme was crazy. It was a picture of a family, and you saw somebody circle on all the people, the members of the family have 1,400, and on the bottom it says only in America, because they had a big family. I'm like, well, let's keep it real.
Because Kuwait, they get paid over there because they have nothing but oil. So every year they pay those people just to be a resident, to be a citizen of Kuwait.
Yep. Certain areas around
that America went to war with Saddam Hussein over Kuwait because Saddam Hussein wanted to take over Kuwait. But when they pull up out of Kuwait, they were pulling up out of Mercedes Benzes, Rolls Royce. They get out of town with their Benzes, their Rolls Royces.
Mm-hmm. Let me just the other regions, like I know KCHR does that. I know the inside Addis Ababa, they do that.
A lot of
There's
Arabic
certain rights. It's like it. You know what it reminds me of? You know, on the Indian reservations where casinos are designated, they're
yes.
supposed to pay off. I think it's called the lineage payment for those who have rights to the property. So it's good for them. It's just
it's stimulating. Yeah,
yeah.
because Connecticut, the Pequot Indians and the Mohican Indians. You know, the Mohican owns obviously the Mohican Casino, and the Pequot Indians own, you know, Foxwoods. And just to have a certain percentage of blood within you, they take care of you big time.
Right. When those, you know, it's helpful. You turn on the light a little bit. It's too bright on one side. I want to make sure I got lighting. I told you, man, I did it up. I got lighting.
Yeah, you got your chair. You got that chair, man.
I got a chair. I'm comfortable. I'm sitting in my chair. I'm good. Yeah. The only thing I need now is you know, like coming to America, someone to bathe me.
You can dream on, Klingon. Dream on, Klingon.
Hold on. What was that you just said? Hold up.
What? Dream on, Klingon.
You heard that here on the new Norm 2.0. Adrian says, "Dream on, Klingon." I told you he was going to highlight areas whenever you come out the cliches, the statements, everything. We're going to make sure we highlight them. So I'm ready for you.
I almost dropped one of my younger brother earlier today. He ticked me off, you know. So I almost dropped one on him earlier today.
Oh no!
Reference to
Is it the one that I don't like?
That's him.
You should have got him, man.
I almost dropped one on him. You know what I'm saying? I almost dropped one line on you, man. You don't recover that way. Trust and believe.
That's funny.
Yeah, because I was going to tell him, you know, my dog just died. I don't need your bull. You know, and that's a
your dog? I thought you said your cow just died.
No, exactly. The cow just died. I don't need your bull. That's it, Mom. That's the one.
Hold up. I want to make sure.
You pay attention, my friend.
Archiving and vintaging everyone. Remember, Adrian says,
I don't need your bull.
That's it. My cow just died. I don't need your bull. Remember, that's another statement only found here on the new Norm 2.0.
Because you know he came in, you know, kind of radical when I posted something online earlier today, and I was like, I'm just waking up. I'm not in your mood for fun, you know. So I had to tighten up. You know, I had to drop it on him because the thing about it, a lot of, you know, they tell you about the vaccine. You know, look. Eventually, a lot of people are going to have to get it, but present all of the facts and lay it on the table and let the people make their conscious decisions. Right. That's where I'm at. You know, if you want it, fine. If you don't want it, that's fine. You know, because that's freedom of choice, and that's in the Constitution. Your First Amendment rights, freedom of choice, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and it goes on from there. You know, let the people put the cards on the table and let the chips fall where they may. But some people just want to dominate and say, no, you should get it. You should get it. No, let everybody make up their own mind and their own time. And that's what it's all about.
Exactly. That's America. The home of choices. The democratic
in your own time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, so there's somebody, you know, because right after my younger brother, then my sister from New York started texting me like crazy. Adrian, read all of this. I'm like, it's way too early in the morning, folks. I'm telling you, don't get me here. I'm not a morning person. I always work a shift in the morning. I'm not in the best of moods in the morning time. Yeah, you know, I'm happy to be awake. Hey, Mo, I take care of all my debt collectors and my bills early in the morning because I know how to take care of them. So my day will be a fun day.
Exactly. Okay. Uh-oh.
The county, they ran out of
the assistant administrator / associate producer walked up with some information.
Okay.
We're doing the Moderna and Pfizer. They ran out and doing the one shot Jensen delayed.
Okay, hold on. Breaking news. Let me put this up here. Update. Brand new update. Seems like the Atlantic County Board of Health has run out of the vaccine. Which one?
Moderna and Pfizer.
They ran out of Moderna and Pfizer vaccines in Atlantic County, and they will
only doing one shot.
And they're only going to do now the Johnson & Johnson.
No, it's not Johnson & Johnson.
That's Johnson & Johnson. This is Janssen.
Yeah. That's
Who the hell's Janssen? I thought it was Johnson.
I thought so too. It's Janssen.
Yeah, they work this merger, and then they're bringing in Merck to try to help distribute everything.
It's some bootleg shit. Here we go.
All this time I thought it was Johnson & Johnson.
Because everyone says Johnson. Everyone says
that's the name.
Johnson.
Johnson.
I don't trust any. Nope. Now even worse. I don't trust it. They said now the one-shot deal is here in Atlantic County. Oh God. You need to know before you get the vaccine what is COVID-19. It would be a good idea to know before you get the vaccine for it. Anyway, it's a long ass form over here. It's about 10, 15 pages. I will read it and give everybody an update. But just so y'all know, there is no more Pfizer or Moderna available in Atlantic County. There'll be Johnson & Johnson. It's a wait list.
But this is
oh God.
This is what they're giving out now.
Y'all know what that means, right?
It gives the new warp speed, huh? Warp speed, there it is. Warp speed at its finest.
It's exactly what it is. Oh my God. This is the one vaccine that said it was only a 60% chance
of efficacy. Yeah.
60 efficacy, 60%. Now they shoveling it around like you fucking bugging.
But you know the thing about it also, Mo, because this came into mind. There's an attorney out of New York, and she's the head of the Bar Association, right? A former president of the Bar Association, obviously lawyers. And she's very, reluctant to the vaccine. And it's for a good reason. The priest is on the show. Howdy, Father. Bless
you, son. I told you I was gonna come in, and I said it. The priest. There you go.
That's it, bro. That's fine with me. Saludos. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. Let me come through to the new norm 2.0, 2.0, the new and improve.
That's it, man. That's all we do is getting better, right?
Yes, always.
So how you doing,
both Mo and Adrian, for all the work you guys are doing and putting this space in the virtual world to make sure that we stay connected as family and to bless people and to enjoy the time together.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely.
The best is yet to come, Mike. The best is yet to come, my brother. The best is yet to come.
Absolutely. Just wait. We're plotting on right now. Just give you some heads up on the 2.0 plan. One of the plans is to get a van, and we're going to go mobile. We're going to go all over, and we're going to try to find places that a van has never gone to, and we're going to go there. And then we're going to set up shop, and then we're going to do some interviews with different situations. We're going to go all over the place. Wherever God allows us to be, that's where we're going to be.
I believe Biden is calling you. I believe Joe Biden, if that's your phone.
Yeah. Stimulus checks are out. They're starting to come out. Please.
They're rolling them out quick as hell.
Listen,
no, that's what I call warp speed.
This is money that you did not expect. This is money that you did not have. Right. Please put it aside, invest it. Just remember that the future are getting richer, and there's nothing wrong with that as long as you educate yourself and understand how to get a piece of that pie. Invest. There's some things down the pike. I mean, I started recently, and I'm enjoying it.
Cool.
Hey, Mike, the thing about it is, here's a little FYI for you. Mexico is contemplating, if they haven't already done it, legalizing marijuana. Imagine that.
Well,
trying to put the cartel out of business.
New Jersey.
You open up a store down there, they're going to kill you. It's clear cut. So
New Jersey is doing it.
We already know what Walmart is. It'll be Weed Mart, right on the other side of the border. It's going to be
the process of doing it. I was actually trying to see the companies that were here, but they keeping that on a hush hush. I haven't even been able to see the stock for that. I was trying to get some dollars in there. It's a shame because if they're gonna bring it, they passed it. Let people also benefit as well.
Right. I tell you, man. But it's something that we have to keep an eye on, because not only that, Mexico is actually in the process of solidifying Bitcoin or cryptocurrency as part of their economy as well, man. That's something that we have to. Canada's already mobilized.
The world's richest man lives in Mexico.
Yeah, they talking about that Dutch coin, which it started as a joke, and now it's actually turning into something serious. It's starting to pick up right now. A lot of the investors are saying buy, 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 and it's very low right now. If you could get a couple of shares of that, they're actually trading right now at 0.5 cents. Imagine once he actually hit, because that's the future right there. If you could put $10, $20, whatever, just put something to it and just have it in your pal.
Mike,
you can do more
first you have to put a disclaimer, Mike, because you're telling people to invest, and that's a form of gambling.
Right.
When you play in the stock market. So we don't condone gambling, but at the same time, we only educate on this particular program. Okay?
Well,
that's our disclaimer.
Let me add, we don't condone frivolous spending. Whatever you do that can help you matriculate, fly your money, do what you need to do. But let's keep it legal, because some of the shit that some folks like to flip their money on. And just in case you want to invest in something that can multiply in the future, look downstairs at the ticker. You can go visit patreon.com/the new normal Mo Delgado. And if you want to show some love, please show some love. And if not, you're still welcome to come on through and connect with us here. This is the new norm 2.0 with Mo Delgado. And this is the family as we're moving forward. We're talking about investments. Great, son. Great. No, we're talking about investments. And as we move forward, we're hoping that everyone can properly invest whatever money they have or they're getting into making life better. And now, got Laurel in the house.
I heard the bell.
Hey, Rel.
Hey, what's this platform? What is this? StreamYard.
Yeah.
What is this?
The backdrop is the Mo twist. I'm gonna jump back on once. Okay.
Good afternoon. Hello, Miss Nikki.
Hello.
Michael Copez.
Hello, how are you?
Tardes.
Okay.
Hola, ¿cómo está?
Bienito. Sueño.
Oh, it's funny. I just got hit from
the tropics right now, and it's kind of like 80 degrees over here. My margarita's on the side.
Put everybody in
You got to put that song. All I hear is, if you like pina colada.
I remember that song. One of my favorites, Mike. One of my favorites. Getting caught in the rain. Exactly.
I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you.
Or the Beach Boys, Aruba, Jamaica.
Yeah.
Ooh, I want to take care.
Oh, now we're
don't
gonna
quit
have
your job.
Now we're gonna have karaoke.
That's why I said don't quit your job.
I was never meant to sing.
All right, now we're having a little bit of feedback, y'all. So whoever can, just do me a favor, just turn down your speaker, making sure everything. Just as a heads up, Joshua just hit me up on Facebook. He says he's going to come back on a minute. Hopefully, be able to talk a little bit about the mask mandates, because y'all know recently everyone is getting opportunity now to go buck wild and crazy, like they lost their damn minds by not having to wear masks everywhere.
You want to go to lockdown again?
Oh my God, lockdown! I'm just scared of what
lockdown 2.0. Lockdown 2.0.
I know it's something that scares me, man. It scares me. All right, somebody. Let me see where the speaker could be. I will find out. I usually turn off people's mics. It's Laurel. It's your mic. Anyway, but
Mike,
I didn't get a chance to ask everybody how their week was. Welcome, family. Yeah.
What is this?
Don't mind me as I play around with toggles and buttons here and there, man. I'm flexing the new 2.0 look. I'm looking for the button so I can hit the button and the automatic goes to you. But I'm trying to find. It might cost me a couple extra dollars to have that. Might have to tie it in with Uber Eats and something. So I hit the button, and Uber Eats guy will come deliver you a beverage of your choice. Think Nick, you like that? Wouldn't you think, Nick? You like that?
Absolutely. Bring the Moscato.
Whatever it is. So, but how's your week been, y'all? Anything extraordinarily different?
Long and tiring. That is over.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk shop.
Favorable.
Yeah, the weather was real nice today, from what little I was able to enjoy. But I'm looking forward to better weather, man. A chance for everyone to go outside. One of the biggest hindrances about this pandemic has been the weather. You know, when it's nice outside, you can walk all you want to. Never have to worry too much about the pandemic issues. You know, as long as you're walking around. And she go walking in the background thinking that she can hide the camera. Fading out.
Is that any better?
You see in the
changed the permissions. Is that any better? I changed the permissions.
Yeah, the sound is better. Yep.
Oh, okay. I'm learning. I'm like, what is this StreamYard?
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm not going to be on long. I've been up since 11 p.m. last night, so I am going to be heading to bed shortly. I saw Miss Jean. I was hoping she'd be here. She came through the drive-through today. I was like, yeah, I'm going to pop in, but I'm not staying long because I'm whooped. I feel like I done got beat up and down the South Jersey Federal Credit Union today.
Oh, my God.
She's doing her homework. She'll be on later.
Hopefully I'll be snoring by then. When I tell you I'm tired, I'm tired.
Let me give you a little chemistry advice. If you have a little of baking soda, if you have baking soda in the house, get a half a teaspoon of baking soda in a tall glass of whatever your favorite beverage is. Baking soda has a tendency of breaking down the lactic acid in your system. It's an old, when I was, body shaping, formulating, weightlifting, helps break down the lactic acid, so it makes you less sore.
Oh, I'm not sore like that. I'm tight.
No, now. But usually after being up so long and your body's deprived, you can become more sore. Lactic acid sets in. So it might help you in your situation too. With your situation, I think it can be helpful. So just keep that in mind. I want you to feel better when you wake up. But thank you for stopping in.
Okay. I'll have to try this next week again.
Okay.
But
look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah.
Come to drive through anytime, Adrian.
Yeah. But preferably banking, right? He go drive by, just have a conversation. There'll be some.
He do a drive by drop off. The drive deposit.
Yeah, me and my black Mustang.
Right. That's crazy. But
I'm kind of digging this. What is it? StreamYard? It's better than YouTube.
Yeah, StreamYard is the company I had to go to. You like the new look?
Yep.
I had I picked the background. I thought was festive. I can match a shirt to it so I can blend in.
Yeah, it makes me feel
I kind of thought you might have done that on purpose.
Plus, I got my hat that I was rocking earlier. That
Well, see, Mike got his hat.
Oh yeah,
there you go.
He's keeping it real. He's keeping it real.
Where's yours, Adrian? Where's yours, Nikki?
He got it somewhere.
In the Bahamas. I forgot it in my luggage.
He said I forgot it.
He sent his hat to Trinidad to give him an excuse to go back home for a little while. That's what it was.
I got on my purple satin bonnet.
Okay. The bonnet. You know what? My son wears a bonnet.
Next week I want to have a hat that's probably better than both of theirs. Wait and see. You'll see. I'm known for surprises. I could top this.
Trust me. Starting at 2.0, every week I wear a different hat. I found someone that I had a long time. Remember I was talking about Mardi Gras a couple weeks ago?
New Orleans, right?
Yeah, right. New Orleans and Mardi Gras. And there was this one hat that I have. It's not even a hat. It's like an Iron Maiden thing that I know I bought when we were in Florida at Universal Studios there at Mardi Gras Festival. And I found it. I was like, it's gonna look funny as hell, but it's exactly what it intends to do. Bring a little humor to you. But I'll rock it next week. It's funny as hell.
You like that, and I have a surprise for you. I'm going to conjure up a really nice surprise for you next week. You wait and see. I want to bring the magic.
Okay. Speaking about bringing magic, I thought you was going to bring in. I thought Jerome may have wanted to come in. I talked a little bit about it.
A text message to let me know, and I haven't gotten any response.
Okay.
Right before I came over.
Quick. Any of y'all get your stimulus yet? Because I've seen deposits being made.
No.
Check mine tomorrow when you go to work.
We'll come to the bank to check our funding out.
Okay. So they say, some have already been deposited, or it will be deposited come Monday morning.
Yeah.
Awesome.
They say it's on hold. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Double check. That just
means
means
direct connection to the government. So.
I'm down for a slice of pizza. What's up? Y'all can hook me up with some cake. Remember, Rail, you've been holding out for a while.
The rum cake that was didn't make it.
me a cake boy. Me I like a cake.
Yeah, the rum cake didn't make it. But
the rum cake didn't make it, huh?
Rum Bacardi. Matter of fact, just give me the cake and I'll drink a bottle on the side. I don't care. I'm just
there's a bottle in the cake, man.
Why not? No, not no bottle in the cake. I never really liked that design because I always said it. There's when baking, if the glass isn't clean, you can contaminate the baking, and I'm like, But anyway, that's another conversation. I'd rather have.
The rum was in the cake.
Yeah, you never seen that? Where people have made like Bacardi and Hennessy cakes, and they have little bottles all over the place. I'm like,
no. No, you pour the liquor out of the bottle into the cake batter.
Pour shots over the cake. Shots.
Hell yeah! Wait. We have to go back to that because it's extremely important that people understand. Adrian, say it again. Remember, when when everything else fails, try it. Shot.
For a man who don't drink, he want a shot of wheatgrass.
Well, he's not saying drink alcohol. He's just saying shots. It could be a basketball shot, recreation. Moderna shot, right, Nikki? Right?
Core.
Whatever it could be.
What's that, Nick?
I couldn't hear what Mo was saying. What did he say?
I said Moderna shot. It seems like you out of the family, you're the only person that's taking the vaccine. So
I had Pfizer, but yes, I had Pfizer.
Oh, Pfizer, okay.
Well, how you feeling?
Forgive me.
Great, wonderful.
That's good.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still crazy as hell, but
it didn't
when you get the Pfizer shot, you tell them a button so they can walk around and say, "I have Pfizer, I have Moderna." It's like the Eagles. Everybody has a button for which one they're taking.
They gave her the Muppet Show shot. They was gonna really test her. That's what it was. Adrian sent me something earlier that I didn't get a chance to really download it. So I can show it to y'all. But apparently, where was that? Is it Texas? Adrian, what you showed me earlier, or was it Oklahoma? Where was it?
What are we talking about? Refresh my memory.
The video that you sent me about people passing away. Remember that? You just sent me today.
Yeah, because I sent you video about a young lady that passed away. After she took the shot.
But the report was saying, Utah. The report was saying that this was the second death, and it was 4 people total. And I was going through.
So far, the thing about it is, because like I said, they're not giving you the data. Everybody's talking. Okay, we know how many people passed away from the virus. Cool, we got that. But the people that are passing away after taking the vaccine, they're not telling you those numbers. So I have to go back and take a look at some of these numbers. In Europe, I believe 130 people passed away. In America, from Pfizer, they actually said that 6 people passed away, but 2 of them was given the placebo, and the other 4 passed away after taking the vaccine, because there's a certain type of blood. It's ITP. Is a particular type of blood that is lack the platelets inside of a person's blood, and the doctor down in Florida passed away 2 weeks or so. I remember you probably heard about it, that he passed away a few weeks after taking one of the vaccines. So
he already had the virus.
The thing about it is they're not giving you everybody's talking about truth. Let's be truthful. Put everything on the table and let the people make their own decisions. That's what it should come down to. If people are dying from it, let them know.
I ain't getting
it. Let them know. Put everything on the table. Just don't say we're going to tell you the truth and then hold everything back. That's not being truthful.
Absolutely. That's how I feel.
That's my problem. Because eventually we're all going to have to take it sooner or later. But you have to be, your own judge of character, whether or not you're going to actually take it or not. Right. Because after all, it's your life is going to be on the line, whether you do or don't.
Right.
And I've mentioned that earlier, being, the First Amendment right is freedom of choice. Mm-hmm. So that's what a lot of people are not going to take it, and a lot of people will take it. So it's still going to be a toss-up. It's not like they can mandate everybody to take the vaccine. They could stop you from traveling by air, but they're not going to stop you from traveling by car. You could fly to Florida, but you could also drive to Florida too.
True. True. Very true.
There's a lot of thought here.
The more, what I just recently saw that I found quite interesting. I saw a video that was shared about Minister Louis Farrakhan of the Nation of Islam.
Correct. I saw that one also.
You saw that? He made a national address to suggest that they were considering, the airlines or the industry, FAA, is considering putting a mandate on anyone who is going to Mecca to do their yearly Hajj, which is their religious tradition to go back to Mecca. To pay homage and to do what it is the tradition suggests. But they're mandating that people are supposed to be vaccinated before they go. And I kept wondering, how the hell can you propose that upon one class? It's constitutionally impossible, wrong all the way around, although it's a health risk, but it's constitutionally, it's going to be an issue. So
it's going to be a big issue.
Minister Farrakhan says you can try it, but watch it shut you down. I was like, yo, that right there is the point blank, because you imagine thousands of Muslims are going to get involved in this process, and if they can't go to Mecca to perform, their tradition, they're going to stop the airline from people getting on planes. And I'm like, yo, y'all, you messing with the bottom line? Yeah, I think they'll listen to you. But that's kind of foul to suggest that, man. But I thought that was an example of how this, I guess, in a pandemic has created pandemonium. People are trying to. I mean, I can understand corporate wise, they're trying to find solutions to do things, but we have to move gingerly when we're talking about people with religion. Religion is probably the most sensitive topic. You know what I mean?
That's part of the Constitution, also.
One of the reasons in battles and wars is over religion. Religion and money. Religion and money.
The Catholic religion. Look at the Catholic religion. They told their people don't take, what is it? Pfizer? No, Johnson & Johnson. They told them don't take the Johnson & Johnson.
The Pope put a mandate out to his people.
Yeah.
Do not take
don't take
the vaccine.
Go figure that one out.
He's like, damn. He said, what was the claim? Yeah. They're using human embryos to do the testing for, was it Johnson & Johnson or Janssen? That one?
Johnson. Absolutely.
That one. Whatever that one is, that bootleg one.
Now let's go back to your earlier statement. Which one did you say that they ran out of? The Johnson, they ran out of the Pfizer and the Moderna, and the only one that's left
is the Janssen. So ain't that some shit?
Well, you should have got it when they had it.
I will say this.
But okay. Nick made an important point. Let me address that. You mind? Because you said they should have gotten it if they had it. Do you know that the all of the vaccines right now is actually being distributed under emergency with the CDC? Yep. Because I say if somebody passed away from that, they're up under that umbrella with the federal government that you can't really sue them because it's been given to you for free. It's not being covered by your insurance because then it would have to be strict, even more strictly. It has to be licensed. in order to be sold. And then if your doctor give it to you and you get sick or something, you can sue your physician because he gave you medicine that just didn't work. But when they give it to you for free under the Emergency Act with the federal, it makes it very difficult for you to be compensated if you were injured based on that vaccine. Food for thought.
But who said it was free? Because from my understanding, when I signed up, I had to put my insurance information on it. So that they charge my insurance.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, they try to do that to me, and I didn't give neither my social. I did not actually give either my insurance information because you just have to be careful who and how you're signing up because
exactly
they don't need that. They really
I went
don't.
through Atlanticare. I went through Atlanticare and registered. I didn't go to no bogus stuff. So if Atlanticare going to give out my information, then I'd have been to the hospital millions of times. So
right, if you're there in person, then yes. Any signups that I have done, I think I only done 2, and now I'm in the list finally, and I'm because I work in a certain field that it's okay to get it now, and I had to wait. I did not provide none of that stuff just to sign up, just to be there. So if they ask me while I'm at the location, that's a different thing. But
you know what?
Not in the sign up. I wouldn't give it.
I was just reminded. Thank you to Renee Brown. Renee's a regular, y'all. She's our her virtual sister. Always trying to get her involved, but she had reminded me. Don't you recall that they made a national claim that the CDC was going to pay for all the vaccines? That no one will be charged for it. The CDC would be in charge of paying for all the vaccines and all the testing, vaccine. What is that?
Who's using a 1940s typewriter?
Sandy. Sandy over there typing. I just turned off his mic. He can hear us, but his mic is turned off. Well, his mic is back on. But I'd like to welcome Sandy. Welcome, family. As you can see, the 2.0 has a new image, new look, and we want to make sure everybody.
I see.
You know,
I see we're on the beach somewhere.
Yeah, man. We're trying to get it in. You know how it is.
I wish I was on a beach somewhere.
That's in Jamaica, Cancun.
Yeah, we're again talking about this vaccine, man. We just had a news flash that just transpired and said that Atlantic County only has now the Johnson version and not the Moderna and / Pfizer version. I'm like, here you go with that okie doke shit.
Yeah, right. Because I'm gonna tell you. I mean, this is just from me. I don't know. It's not official.
Right.
Okay. So the efficacy rate from the Johnson & Johnson is what, 70-something%?
I think 60.
65.
60-something%.
Mm-hmm.
Moderna is what, 90-something%?
Mm-hmm.
Moderna and Pfizer 90-something%? Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's a fact, why are they flooding us? Why are they flooding the brown areas with the Johnson & Johnson?
Yeah.
And on the news, they make it seem like, oh, it's not. Don't worry about the efficacy rate. Don't worry about that. Just as long as you have it, you're good. And I'm like, yo, look, y'all from Atlantic City, so y'all understand gambling, right? Yeah. Ain't nobody gambling with 60%.
Willing to gamble. That's like playing Russian roulette.
You gamble every day.
Right, but you gamble, but you play based on your odds, and your odds ain't nobody playing a game where they think they only got 60% to win.
Mm-hmm.
Because look, if you're working with 60%, you might as well walk out the house with no vaccine and take that gamble, because you don't know what they put in.
It's the game.
Absolutely.
We're talking about
you have to wait until the Goya comes out, and then if it's Goya, tiene que ser bueno.
Si es Goya, tiene que ser mierda. So Goya.
That's like Josh came back on, y'all. He had mentioned back then. That's funny.
Yeah, Goya. Look, I just left Walmart and a whole shelf, a whole line. It's all lined up with Goya. Nobody's buying Goya products. And this is Texas, Republican state. And And all the Goya products here are marketed for Mexicans. They got Goya burritos, Goya enchiladas, Goya mole. They're not buying that shit.
I believe it, bro. I wouldn't buy it either. Right now, fuck Goya.
You know what about Texas? Because they say everything is big in Texas, including that snowstorm, huh? You gonna knock everything down?
Yeah, man. If it's okay, I just want to finish telling you, if it's all right, what I was trying to say before, because I disconnected. So I had to survive living out of my van to stay warm because it was literally unbearable in the house. I was afraid literally that I was going to freeze to death. Even with the down jacket and blankets, you know, it's hard to keep my dog warm. So I had to survive with the heat inside the van. But after a certain amount of hours, I got scared. I would still go inside the house because people were dying in their cars because of carbon monoxide. And I didn't know you could die from carbon monoxide even if the air is on, you know what I'm saying, or the windows are. You know.
Yeah.
So then, on the flip side of that, it was warmer for me. It was warmer for me to work during all those storm days. They would send us out to certain areas that did have power, certain areas that didn't go off, or you know, because they were doing this thing called rolling power outages, where they would tell you, okay, we're doing a rolling power outage, so they would purposely turn off the power in certain neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. You know, so basically, it was up to them who lived or died.
That's horrible.
And people died. And they're still finding people's bodies that are in their apartments, you know, dead for a week or so. You know, so dealing with that, and it's like right after this dumbass insurrection that they did, where these people out here voted, you know, that love Trump and all this stuff. A lot of Latinos out here that love Trump too. Okay. They tried to turn around and say that, oh, the reason this is happening, the governor was trying to blame it on the New Deal, on Joe Biden, on the Green New Deal, AOC, you know, AMC, because of the, you know, because of the windmills freezing over. And that was a bold-faced lie because green energy, the windmills and all that, that only accounted for 20% of the power grid. 5%? It was like 5%. And like 85 or 90% of the grid was all coal.
Wow. He froze. His network froze. I think he's going through a storm. What about you guys? Everybody still up running? I know Nick.
And then to add insult to that, in Texas, this is such a big state. It affects the nation, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
These Tío Tomases, Uncle Toms, you know, these white Cuban senators, Ted Cruz and you know, that are like spineless cowards.
Right.
You know, that like riled up all these people to storm the Capitol. They're not doing the damn job and on natural gas. Now the governor got burned.
Terrible, man.
It just froze up.
So now it's over. They opened up everything, the theaters, the grocery stores. But the one thing I have to say, thank God, it's been 2 days since they ended the mask mandate. A lot of business, the governor and the Republicans, they're hiring you to wear masks. I've been seeing everybody, at least since they are wearing the mask, but that's already going to start a climate of mutations and stuff because these Republicans, these
He's probably in a bad spot.
You contact your cousin Smith.
So yeah, I know it's like zapping
so
them
crazy
there, you know?
to these homes.
Yeah, it's
Joshua, Bro, it's freezing in between, so we're catching like every 17th word. I don't know what we can do, bro. You froze up all the way around.
Nikki, what you doing? You paying bills?
Yeah. I turned off the mic. I'm trying to check out. We can hear you ruffling. She's looking for the
lost Laurel there, huh?
Yeah, Laurel.
I'm looking for that girl.
Yeah, because I had some news for Laurel. I don't know if she can still hear me. Because my niece said just inboxed me her phone number, and she's willing to talk to her about the nursing, you know, how to go about it. Because she was interested in that last week.
Let her know. Let her know.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. You know, I was good.
Yeah, because she had let me know that she looked into it a little. She started her steps to do so, and we want to try to keep encouraging people. Whatever that we can do, we'll definitely do.
Okay. I just received a.
Go ahead.
Just received a text from Jerome. He said he's out of town right now, but please keep him in mind. You know, so we'll get him back. You know, at an opportune time.
Rome, you can still get on the phone. Don't even try like you can.
He said, "Sorry, I'm out of town. Please keep me in mind. Thanks."
All right. It's all good. It's all good. The new norm. Things happen. We got to address and we got to adapt. Looks like Nikki's loud ass paper ruffling. We hear the paper's louder than you are most of the time. How is that can happen? How can that happen?
That's the bills.
Them bills are heavy. I understand. Got to pay them bills.
I can't find my electric bill. I don't want the lights to go off. I better pay it.
The moratorium, though. You'll be protected for it. You can keep paying your bill,
yeah,
but
you know, I actually went to the Energy Summit. They usually hold once a year. I'm sorry, and there's still a lot of people that are able to apply for it and qualify. Mm-hmm. I know that some of the agencies that are supposed to help, they're having some technical issues. I will put it like that, in the processing to just, you know, lighten up. And I don't want to really go into details, but I'll place it like that smoothly. But you could actually go directly to their website and they could actually process your paperwork. They hire more staff to be able to get in the programs that are available to the community. So that way, if you're behind the bills, you could any energy bills or anything like that, they'll help you. And there's some exemptions and there's some good things that are actually happening in that area. All you have to do is give them, contact them. They have a website. They updated the website to process all of that. You know, it's actually a little better now. But people are not going for it because they believe it's like a scam or something like that. But it's actually there and available to you. So
yeah.
Well, you saying don't pay my bill?
No, I'm saying I'm saying pay it because what's happening is people are going with the law and it's stacking up. And when that law goes away, now you're gonna owe all that money. They're gonna come back for it. So
of course,
it's the time is they're saying come to us. We'll work it out. We'll work with you. So that way, when that law goes away and you're unprotected, you won't have to pay it all at once because they'll shut it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. But listen, welcome to the panel, Renee Brown. Renee is a longtime family member. She's most of the time on the chat. She was just recently ill, so it's good to see you, Renee. How you doing, young lady? What's up, Sunshine? How you feeling?
I'm about 90%.
90%?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I was in a bad place. Kidneys took a hit and everything. But I'm good. I just wanted to come on, Mo, to address this vaccine thing.
Okay.
Two things, and that is Pfizer and Moderna have never made a vaccine before. And that's probably the reason why all these unknown things are happening after people take it. Like with Moderna, people's arms are swelling up. like a couple days later, both their arms swell up, not just the arm that got shot. You know, people are dying, people are having anaphylactic shock and all that kind of stuff. Johnson & Johnson have made vaccine before, and they're not using the same process as Pfizer and Moderna.
Right.
And although they're only giving them 66% efficacy, that is because of where they tested. It's not, they didn't test here. They tested, I think it was Africa or somewhere where the new
Africa
strains,
was one of them. I remember the
right, where the new strains were.
Nigeria.
These other ones were tested here. Also, they become 100. It becomes 100% effective against hospitalizations, deaths, and severe symptoms. So my opinion is I'd rather go with people who've done it before because their experience, you know, you build on top of what you know. Pfizer and Moderna don't know too much. This is their first time. So I'm not mad about it.
Johnson and Johnson new powder too. They new baby powder, and you see what happened, right?
That's
Johnson & Johnson does baby powder.
This is the misunderstanding that the world is having because they pronounce Johnson instead of Janssen. Janssen sounds to me like they're from Finland, or it sounds like a Nordic name. Janssen, like from Norway or something like that. Where Johnson & Johnson is American, or at least it was American until it was sold to a South American company. The talc company. We already know that Johnson & Johnson had issue with talcum powder, and women were subjected to cancerous fibers, toxic fibers, because of talcum powder and how its interactions with the body. But Johnson and Johnson, or whatever the J&J company is, whatever the J&J company is,
twisting of the name.
It has. I mean, the track record is helpful, but I still don't trust none of that shit. I don't trust it. There's not enough data around, and to me, 60% efficacy is like saying, why even take it at all? Because in essence, I still say one of the best precursors is if you have a good immune system, you have a fighting chance that's equal to 60%, if not more. So I just, the more data comes out, the more I'll become even more aware. But right now, I'm not ready to fall into choosing the red pill or the blue pill. I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Well, I just wanted to get that information out because I don't know if a lot of people know that.
Right.
I haven't really heard people talking about it, but I've been watching the news and I've been reading a lot. And that's what I found when I was reading.
Okay.
And it just seems like a safer bet to me. So if my immune system is 66 and they giving me something that's 66, I'm gonna be okay.
Right.
So
well, thank you so much. For those who are not paying attention, who probably don't have any access to, Renee Brown has been consistently giving us information. She's interacting with us consistently with lots of great information. And she ain't nothing to play with. She will do her research, and I greatly appreciate the fact that you share with us, because I think we're all on the same page. The more we become aware, the less stupid we feel, and we're not pawns. We're talking about with your life. So we're not about, we consider every life is important. So the more we inform you or we're able to share, we know people can make a conscious effort, and then they'll make a conscious decision. So thank you, Renee. I appreciate that.
Okay. Mo, can you get me over here? I got on the nightcap and I'm trying to eat.
No, I can see you still rocking that bonnet. You good.
He's a moron.
It's okay. This is the new norm. We don't even worry. We come in different ways. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters to us. We're not here. We don't do any kind of pre-production pampering work. Maybe Adrian does, because he looks always immaculately young. You know what I mean? So,
it's in the jeans, and I ain't talking denim either.
Hold up. That's another one.
Put that on the screen,
put it on the screen. There you go.
Yeah, put it on the screen.
In the jeans and not denim. I got you. Part of the regular segment called Adrian Says. But it's definitely good to see you and to hear you. It's extremely important that people pay attention that life outside of this pandemic was still volatile. People were sick. We had issues, all kinds of chronic, even if not coronary vascular issues, hereditary issues. And this pandemic just made it even worse. And then the one thing that I heard a few people talk about is like, you don't hear about anything else. You don't hear no flu. You don't hear about cancer. You don't hear about nothing. And I'm like, you may not hear it, but it's there.
It's still there.
We have to be conscious about it.
Yeah, very active. Very active.
Yep. The one thing, you know what I did see was kind of encouraging is that there is a report being done right now where an evaluation being done in Europe about one of the vaccines. And I think it's the one that was BioNet that was part of the vaccine research. They're finding that some portions of it is attacking cancer cells. So in finding this vaccine for COVID-19, this could potentially find a cure for some forms of cancer. That I thought was like, wow, that's a wonderful write-off, man. It may not cure us from COVID-19, but if you got a cancer and you can take this and can cure you, and that's a blessing either which way, man. That's something serious. And I think it was in Europe, and I think it had biotech. I think that was the name of the company, biotech.
That sounds yeah.
But I saw that, and I remembered how in certain instances when they look out, like there was recently someone was addressing the issues of Alzheimer's, and they found that some medicines that people were taking for Lou Gehrig's disease interacts with the symptoms of Alzheimer's and helps to slow the symptoms of Alzheimer's. Either that or the other way around. But one found out that it impacts the other. And I was like, you know what? That's what I'm talking about. That's what we need to do. Instead of building more toxicity in our system, find some real solutions to help people live a more common life. You know, I wish we can bring Dr. Sebi back, but, you know, until that time, we can't be as neutral as possible. You know what I found lately? I don't know how true it is. I got to talk to my herbologist out here. That there's an herb called mullein leaves, and it's not spelled in a regular way. Millen, but apparently it helps to take all the mucus out of your lungs. It helps with breathing. So if people are asthmatic, chronic cystic fibrosis, and it helps alleviate those issues in your system. It helps to as an antioxidant also, but it's an anti-mucus element. I'm like, I'm about to go get me some mullein seeds to make me some mullein tea. So, because I can tell you that the one thing that's affected my singing career has been my mucus in my throat.
You say singing career.
My wife and my is asking.
I hear the echo in the background.
You see that?
He say singing career.
Haters will be haters, don't they?
Oh my God.
Just don't understand. I got that. See what I'm saying?
Mike is so quiet over there tonight. What he's watching? Coming to America 2 or something? Look like Pablo Escobar over there.
He's looking.
I'm just relaxing. I'm just waiting for the weather to flip. I'm looking at the background screen. Look, I got my. I'm ready. I'm all set.
You look so relaxed. So what are you watching? Coming to America 2 or to the what?
Speaking of,
speaking of that movie, I watched it. I cannot say that it was better than the first one. I cannot say that.
Right.
I think it's geared towards a new generation. There was some bad reviews. Some people said that it was not what they expected. But they tried to keep it PG-13, and they kept with that time, and they brought it into the modern concept. I enjoyed it. I was able to watch it. You know, I'm a PG-13 kind of guy, so I was good with it. I laughed, but it was not what I thought it would be. I was a little bit disappointed.
You know what? When I started to watch it, I enjoyed it. But again, I looked at it as being it. First off, the movie was what 20-something years, almost 30 years old. You know the concept. So you know the honeymoon is over. So you don't look at it and try to attach it. Plus, what little I've read about it ahead of time than what I saw, people were like letting you know the actors Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall were sort of letting you know like, yo, don't be shocked if it's not as funny. You know, and I didn't take it that way. I wasn't even looking for all that. It was really good for what it was. It was a chance to see all the wonderful characters, you know, the reintroduction of these old octogenarians that never die, you know, in the barbershop. They're like 200 years old still, and they talking about having a Spike Lee moment by having a Coming to America 3, and they'll be like 200 years then. So
they was still cracking jokes. It was actually good. I mean, in that aspect, if you don't take into consideration all that other stuff.
Yeah, I was laughing. Some of it was funny, but of course, you know, there's no perfect movie, but it was perfect for what it was. I looked at it. I was like, look, it was good to have all the characters.
For what it
was refreshing. You know, I love to see my man Eddie doing his thing, Arsenio, and all the other actors involved. Everyone who returned. Of course, there was like one person that was missing. That was Sinclair. I can't remember her first name, but who played the mom. She was the wisdom behind everything. But like my wife said, when you have Joffrey Joffre all of a sudden turned to you says, "I will die now." I was like, "Damn!" You know, he dies on demand. I'm like,
that part right there reminded me of some tradition in Puerto Rico. You remember this, Mo, where it was celebrated. The birth was actually cried, but the death was actually celebrated in great aspect. And that was an very old tradition. Even Puerto Ricans do that.
Certain areas still do it.
That comes from Africa.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say that certain areas in PR that still do it because they do it. Of course, you have Luisa and Dea, but you also have like what's that? Guaybano? Carolina too. Yeah, that they still have the traditions. They still have some traditions. They celebrate it like they do in New Orleans. Celebrate the passing of the spirit, but not for death. It's more so being celebrating that the spirit is free and that it'll come back type deal. You know, because the ancient Tainos would always we wouldn't celebrate death. We would have the same Viking type ceremony with flame, but it was more so empowering the ancestors at that time. And because of our spirits, they would naturally come back in our children. So we would always recycle. So it was a celebration that our strength in our families were, and the ancestors were recycling in. So it was a trip though, man. But I tell you, coming to America was cool, and I waited so long for it. So I didn't have I didn't put a big expectation on it. That's a good thing, because if I did, I'd probably be upset. But it was what it was. You know, some of the stuff was funny. It was good to see Wesley Snipes in a movie. You know, I can't wait to see him in his martial arts, because I forgot how funny he can be sometimes. You know, but it's good to see Wesley and see the young ladies. You saw Eddie Murphy's daughter. I said it was cool. She got a check. You know, not that she needed, but she got a check.
Hey Mo, speaking of Wesley Snipes, you know how they always give him a hard time, and they try to always say he's crazy and how he's the worst actor to work with because of Blade. You ever heard like the Blade 3? How
I heard the dilemma with Blade, right?
Yeah, the dilemma. I forgot the name of the comedian. I can't think of his name now. He was in Undercover Brother. Remember that movie, Undercover Brother? Anyways.
I knew Dave Chappelle was.
Not Dave Chappelle, but he'll come back. His name will come to me. He was in an interview talking about there's so much that went on and so much racism that he had to endure when he was making that movie, dealing with the directors and stuff like that they don't talk about as far as the reasons why he was acting like that, because he wouldn't tolerate a lot of the disrespect and stuff that was going on. And he really like broke ground, because he's the real first Black Marvel superhero in the cinematic universe. You know, he opened the door. You know, even Chadwick Boseman always like pauses when they like give him too many accolades and says, "Hey, Wesley came first." You know what I'm saying? So I thought that was really, really good. Just a side fun fact.
Yeah. Besides the fact of being an actual Grand Master, you know what I mean? To have that.
Oh man, do you remember in the '90s that show he did with all the Grand Masters? You seen that?
Beautiful, man. When they actually bestowed upon him the highest rank, yeah, I was like, yo, that's love. That's love.
Not only that, you notice when he was saying that all martial arts come from Africa, none of them Chinese people twitched. They were like, yeah, we know.
They know the truth.
I think that's why you don't see that there never was a annual or round 2 of that special. It was like aired once and that was it. And I was so glad that I found it on YouTube not too long ago.
But did you see that they're actually going to put they're making a movie now on the Black Samurai?
Yes, it's based on a true story. That was actually supposed to be Chadwick Boseman, unfortunately. But yeah.
Wow, that'd have been awesome.
Actually, Netflix has an animated version of that. If anybody's interested about the real Afro Samurai, is the actual Black Samurai.
Right. You know what? YouTube has the 10 rings. And in the 10 rings, it also includes, and I can't remember the name, and I should slap myself. But the initial, I want to say Shobai, which is like the master of all the samurais, and the 10 rings are in there, and the original Black Samurai was part of that, the 10 rings. I was like, yo, that's fly. Wow. I'm loving how we're starting to see some of the truth come out. It's really cool. Some of our kids are able to see this, man. It's really cool.
What do you think about La Borinqueña coming to live action with Rosario Dawson, bro?
I love it. However, I think it deserves more, man. La Borinqueña, the storyline of a female comic superhero, from the ancient spirits of Borinque. What? It's awesome. But it's not
we already got a Puerto Rican superhero in Groot. Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy. He's Boricua, right?
Yeah, Groot. Yeah.
If you look at the comic book, I don't know if I'm straying too far off, but a few years ago, they made his aura like he's an alien from another planet, but he was able to, however he wound up on Earth in Puerto Rico with the trees or something like that. They actually put some real Arawak actual mythology into it. So
Kaibo trees. The Kaibo trees.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. But here's one fun fact. You didn't know that Captain America is actually Boricua.
Yeah, he's wearing the flag. Captain Boricua.
Rocking that flag. So I don't care what y'all say. That's my man. That's my cousin. It's a Julio. That's my man. That's my cousin.
So, all right, family. I'm gonna be heading out. I'm gonna be spending some time with the wife. We're actually catching up some Netflix and watching Breaking Bad. So I want to finish seeing that crazy. That is some crazy stuff. That's all I gotta say.
That was one of my favorites. I binge watched them all every season. That was one of my favorites. Breaking Bad.
Celebrating.
I've been glued with it for like 2 weeks, trying to finish it.
It won all kinds of awards. It was a story about a Caucasian man selling methamphetamines, making all this methamphetamines, and it became a widely understood, widely acclaimed story. I'm like, only in America, right? Do we blow up and celebrate a story like that? But average stories that happen on the street, we demonize. That's a trip, right? That's a trip.
Yeah, I hope America starts waking up and seeing that, that Constitution means a lot more than just words for certain people, and include everybody in it, because that's what it really means if you go to the T, to the letter of the word, what it should be. So, mad love to everybody. Be blessed. I am out of here. Take care.
Take
See you next week.
See you next week.
Coming by, bro. God bless you, bro.
God bless.
Bless.
All
Good
right.
night.
Yeah.
So as we move forward, y'all, we are now at the last minutes to go for the 9 o'clock hour. What do you think? You think we should continue going like we normally do for the 3 hours, or y'all think we're good enough for 2 hours? Remember, this whole show, the concept itself is based around us, not just me. Even though I got the prettiest face on here.
You know what?
Hey man, I'm sharing this now. I didn't get to share it before.
Tell me, Josh.
Y'all signing off. I'm finally home where I have good Wi-Fi and stay on a bit, and I'm like getting warmed up, ready to be with my peoples, and y'all like signing off. What's up with that?
Nah, you know what? Because it's been a while since I heard from you, and it's good to see you, and it's definitely good to see Renee also. We're gonna stay on for a little while, man. We're gonna stretch it out, but later moving forward.
Sorry about my rant before. I know I was kind of ranting and everything, but it's just like it's been rough down here.
Not at all, brother. Not at all. If we don't get to hear the story from firsthand from people who survive it, then it's just folklore, and then people have a tendency of ignoring that. So people see the truth and hear the truth directly from somebody who's living it, then maybe we'll be more active and helping lives. And that's one of the proponents that we did in the last show, trying to see what we can do to help people who have gone through the suffrage in our sister state of Texas, man. Do you know?
Yeah, and it affects the country because they send elected officials, to Washington, and laws happen. That's why I'm so thankful for Atlanta sending 2 senators to flip the House and the Congress back blue.
Right.
Not that I'm like a true blue Democrat or anything like that, but
right.
I was gonna say something, but I don't want to get vulgar. But yeah,
don't worry. I'm not a Dixiecrat either, bro. Trust me.
I was about to say, at least when the the Republicans dry fuck us. At least when Democrats, fuck us, they give us a little bit of lube. That's what I was gonna say.
I like the way you put it, but that's the truth. Yes.
Mo, let Gina in.
Gina's not on.
She just texted me and said she can't get in.
I don't know why.
I can go out so she can get in.
Tell Jeannie to make sure she's using a Google Chrome browser. Make sure the browser she's using is Google Chrome. And if it doesn't let you the first time, just close the browser and put the link back in and try to log in again.
Because I can still link in through Facebook, or we can go through YouTube. It depends on her, but it should be available because it's web based. It's web based, so it allows her on. But yeah, you know what, Josh? I wanted to ask you, bro. Do you know of any? Okay, she's on one side. Let me see if I can link her on this side. But Josh, I wanted to ask y'all if you have, if you can refer to us someone, an agency or a group of people that you can trust would be able to send donations to or help to. That you know.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, to help down here?
Yeah, man.
Oh, that I would have to research that. The only organization that I would know that I would trust no matter where I'm at, and they're all over the country, is the Unitarian Universalist Association. Depending on what state you're in, they're known as the Unitarian Universalist Church.
Okay.
And they're a very interesting group if you could do a research on them, because they're basically a religious movement. They have roots going back to the abolitionists with Frederick Douglass when they were trying to get rid of slavery and all that kind of stuff. But they started out as a Christian type movement, but they evolved over time to be more like the church where atheists and skeptics and humanists and social justice people go. So they don't really get too much into doctrine. Some Christians still go to the church, but it's very liberal Christians, not these far right Republicans. But the reason I'm giving you that backstory, it's a predominantly white organization, but they're like the #1 religious group that always backs up Black Lives Matter. At all the Black Lives Matter protests, they're clergy and everything. They're at the forefront. And when I used to be an organizer in Missouri, they always had my back, and that's why I was able to be out there with my 9mm on my hip and saying "F the police." And when things got all crazy, they couldn't touch me because I had all these white people with me with cell phone cameras and the ACLU and legal observers. And like in St. Louis, when they brought all the militarized police to attack the protesters, they opened up their churches so that they could have sanctuary and protection. So because of that, I always, they have a lot of what they call covenant groups where they do like fundraising and they raise money for stuff. So I'll talk to them. You could go to their website, Unitarian Universalist Church of San Antonio, and get in touch with them.
That's a long one.
We could, and I'll send you a link.
Okay.
But they will definitely make sure that whatever donations or whatever help gets sent gets to where it needs to go.
That's a blessing, bro. Because I know last week I went. I was looking for information, and the only one that I trusted was I saw the brothers out of Houston. Who the rapper from Houston, can't remember his name right now, but he was working on a lot of the issues when the hurricane came in. They were out there with galoshes on, going door to door knocking. I mean, really, no post or protective effort. And I was encouraging, and I shared last week a website for them to go there because I know they work throughout Texas. So I greatly appreciate this other option too. But one of the things that we say when it comes to pain and hurt, bro, and it's never about color or race or something like this, because you truly find the caliber of people. When people struggle, you get to see who's actually the type of people that we're living around. And some of the people you think would be there for you aren't. And then others.
Oh, ain't that the truth? That's just the way life is. I've been in through some serious situations here.
Yep.
And with this latest thing that happened with this storm, you know, the kindness and the philanthropy,
right.
And just the grassroots, just regular ordinary people, just helping people with food, people who had water. I mean, there were people that were using the melted snow and the stalactites coming down from their roofs so that they could have water to be able to not only drink, but to take showers. So you saw a lot of stories out here of people like opening up their home to strangers, and just doing whatever can. You had homeless people, you know, or people that work 2 jobs that are homeless themselves out there trying to feed people. You had stories of this one lady here that she worked for many years for a nonprofit to help feed, you know, the hungry in San Antonio. She got laid off, you know, because of the pandemic. And then she was out there with no job, laid off, volunteering at the place that laid her off to make sure families got fed.
Wow. That's so, just, I mean, it's traditionally, it's always those who have the least give the most. You know,
right.
During hard times, you get to see that, man. And that's why I say, you know, you get to see with your eyes truly how things are, man. Because I know when we went through the hurricane here or Superstorm Sandy, it opened my eyes to how big the heart of many people are, but at the same point in time, how there's so many frauds out there portraying themselves to be caring and don't lift their hand, don't say shit, and they hide in the background. So, you know,
well, look at the televangelists, look at the mega churches,
yep,
and the millions and billions that they rake in. I remember speaking. I think it might have been Houston, where Osteen is from.
Osteen, yep.
You know,
yep.
he closed the doors to the church while people were being flooded out.
Yep, that was crazy, man. I remember the video crew that went up into that because it was the Superdome. He owns the Superdome. Right. That was this mega church. And they went to open up the doors and couldn't get in the doors. They were locked up. I mean, you had people who were homeless, needing shelter and everything, but you had a Superdome that's supposed to be for the people, funded partially from the people. And it just showed it's
and the thing is, that's crazy. He doubled down in feeling he was justified for that. And he had a sea of Black people supporting him in that.
Yep.
And it was just so sad. They came up with the most craziest reasoning to defend why it was just for him to do that, you know, and they preached this whole Black liberation theology, you know, wealth theology, prosperity theology, I think they call it.
Right.
And that, I hope you don't mind, it's kind of a little plug. I know we've been talking a little bit offline because I'm trying to do exactly what you're doing. I'm so happy to see this. When you first started, I didn't really know too much about how you were doing it, but I was like, man, it's looking clean, it's looking professional, you're streaming. But coincidentally, I'm on Streamlabs too.
Okay.
I just got my Streamlabs account, and that's part of like some of the things in my activism I'm doing. I also do a lot of work with helping people recover from high control religious cults.
Okay.
You know, and so that kind of is like what I'm going to be doing. So,
okay. Well, what I'm going to do to help you when developing the virtual reality, let me know, man. We're here for you.
Awesome. You know, there's a lot of cross intersectional, whatever word you want to use, where we could help each other out because
Absolutely.
I come from a very like silent, neglected community of people, and especially people of color that are coming out of these very oppressive religious cult groups that force their children not only to not celebrate holidays and have normal childhoods, but they ban blood transfusions, they ban college. I wasn't allowed to go to college growing up. You know, you're not allowed to really interact with a lot of, you know, anybody that's not in the religion.
Right.
And what happens is, if you break certain rules, they excommunicate you. But they're not like the Catholics and some of these other religions where religious cult groups. Yeah. Yeah, when they excommunicate you, they have a thing called disfellowshipping in the cult I came from, and your whole family will never talk to you again as long as you're alive. You could die, they won't even go to your funeral. So can you imagine us as Black folks or Latinos? We come out, no education, no connections in the world outside of the church, you know, or the religion, and then you're left out here to survive in your own devices. So we don't know how, a lot of times it's like a baby in the jungle. We don't know how to really interact with the world, how to balance the checkbook, you know, even though everything's online now, but just normal basic things, you know, how to get a job. Because a lot of times when you get kicked out, you lose your job because you work for these people, you know, like Scientology and stuff like that.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say, I'll wrap up what I'm saying, is that a lot of times what we need is interaction with normal people that aren't from that world, you know, to kind of transition over to just meeting and having social time with regular folks. And so, you know, it'll be an honor to have some of you guys come on our show and we could interact and stuff like that.
Bro, you're there. It's just a done deal, man. It's not even if, we're there. We're here to help
and it's
out.
kind of interesting. It's different. I mean, I was a little rocky because I was using Zoom, but you did see my little interview I had with my friend in England, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a totally different tone, right?
Yeah, it was. It was.
I mean, like, is that my wild ass Boricua down there in San Antonio, or is that
nah, man?
Wanna be bootleg down lemonade?
I always say when you have different lanes, man, sometimes you got to move differently, man. So you know, you basically build your lane as you need it. You know, here with the new norm, we basically go as organic, man. Whatever mood the people wants to talk about, then we let them talk. You know what I mean? Because we have to express ourselves. The whole thing that we do is we give you a chance to come by and connect. So one of the things,
I love it, man. It's necessary, and I just can't help the way I am because I love you to death, brother. We've been following each other for a couple years, even though I was thinking you were two different people, and
yeah,
you know, I know how we back each other up, and it's just like, so I can't help but just be animated and just and all you guys, I listen to you. I watch your lives. Before I couldn't really come on because I'll be working, but I'll be listening. Y'all be having me rolling, man. Y'all be clowning up in here, man.
That's what we do, man. We're family, so that's how we look at it. We joke around about things and we crack on each other. Man, if it goes to show, we can't have a full show without Adrian coming at me about my hat or my clothes, or Iggy coming at the rest of us about something, or Lorella Genius say something, because that's how we are. We're jovial, you know what I mean? But that's what family does, you know.
This is like I don't want to say poor man, but this is just like the common man's and woman's Drink Champs.
Yeah, true that.
You ever seen Drink Champs?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
No, I just found out about Drink Champs. So I came to the party late. Yeah. Like yesterday, I ain't getting nothing done, bro. It's like I was watching one after another. It's like I was like in a zone, just like in a trance, watching this shit. Like, yo, like hip hop is connected to so much that we don't even realize, man.
I love his flavor. The way Nori does it, he wants to make sure that all the legends, all the old school people get their shine, which is mad love for it. And that's what I think.
Not only that, you get to see like a lot of the corruption and stuff, you know, the street life, you know, and how they flip that to be legit, but how deep like the feds get involved and the CIA gets involved and like George Bush gets involved. Like they ever since the crack epidemic in the 80s when that police officer got killed and George Bush like made, you know, black people enemy number one. Remember when the whole crack epidemic and yeah, you know, 13th Amendment, all that stuff is connected. To this day, they're still trying to implicate people for stuff that happened in the 80s in the hip hop world. You know, it's crazy.
That's the hip hop police, man. But you know what? Like I said, when it comes to what we do on this show, it's organic, but we talk about it. We look at it this way: we're a little older, you know, than everybody else, so our mood is different, our temperament is different, and then we bring a worldwide flavor, but we're a little local touch.
Well, I must definitely with this stream. See, this StreamYard is a game changer. because like it's such a powerful tool, and you don't need a lot of like hardware. Everything's over the cloud. And so like it's very shareable. So like, you know, your platform, your voice could really just hit globally. I know I'm going to be sharing it, and I have contacts all over the world with the other grassroots work I do in the UK and South America. So, you know,
it's like Adrian says, man. Adrian says it all the time, right, Adrian? Your network is your what?
It is what it is. That's it.
Yeah. So we greatly appreciate it, bro. You know, I love you too, man. You know, I'm happy to see that you're better. I was concerned about you for a minute there, man, because I know things were going tough. And I remember when you made the declaration that you were going to take that vaccine, I was like, you know what? He was under some serious pressure for him to really take that leap. So I'm glad that
I was hearing you guys talk about the whole gamble and the 60%. I wasn't really sure about the position, and I understand and I respect, you know, our community being suspect.
Yeah.
Because of like, you know, Tuskegee, that wasn't that long ago, you know, and you know, Puerto Rico, what happened in Puerto Rico with the birth control experiments, and you know, like that's just the tip of the iceberg. So many times, you know, where unethical things have done, but there, you know, there's been a lot of breakthroughs. There's a lot more transparency now and stuff like that. You know, we all take vaccines when we're kids, you know what I'm saying, polio and whatnot. And the thing is, like the 60%, you know, variant, like that whole reasoning you guys are using, 60% is not as good as 90% with some of these other, you know, options you have. But one thing that I read, and I'm not the authority on this, but I was reading and in the reporting I've been seeing, and I'm sure you guys seen the same thing. Even the vaccine that's like 60% efficacy or 70% efficacy, it may not have the same efficacy as the other ones. However, across the board, all the vaccine has been shown to prevent people from getting like deathly sick. You know, you'll still get the virus, but you're going to be out of the hospital. You're not going to freaking die.
Exactly.
Right. Symptoms are
minimized. So that's the point. No, you know, even with the highest efficacy of the vaccine doesn't make you immune. None of the vaccines make you immune. They just keep your ass from dying. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's just very important to keep in mind.
But at the same token, you know, you have to make an educated decision because you are a consumer consuming this particular, you know, drug. You know, like it's just like you just can't mix, you know, two different drugs or cocktails together, or you take this drug here and you take this cocktail. You know, to each his own. And that's where the freedom of choice comes into play. I hear a lot of people's, you know, argument from all different sides. But at the end of the day, everyone's going to be responsible for their own life. Bottom line. Yes, they want a lot of people to take it, but a lot of people, there's a large group out there. Because let's look at the Hasidic Jews. You look at some of the Muslim people like Mo was mentioning earlier. You look at some of the Catholics, when the popes don't take this particular one, a lot of people are going to be squeamish and not take any of them at all. You see, so you're still going to have, this is America. And it's a melting pot of all different races and nationalities. So not everybody's going to rush to the front to try to take this vaccine. A lot of people want to see a lot of the data they say, and they want to see total disclosure. But right now they're giving you one side. Oh yeah, you know, the hospitalization, we get it. The number of deaths, we get it. But what about the people who have actually died from it? We don't get that. Put all of your cards on the table. Let us make our decisions. Exactly. That's how you get the truth out of the situation.
Right. Because the more we're informed, we make more informed answers and more decisions. You know what I'm saying? So it's part of the concept where, you know, when you get older, you get gray hair. You know, it just shows the wisdom. We earned our gray hair. So for y'all don't pay attention. Remember,
an educated consumer is our best customer. I know you've heard that saying probably before in the past. You know, an educated consumer is our best customers. That's what a lot of the really good businesses used to say back in the day. So you have to actually, you know, do what's best for you. And you have to do your research. You know, back in the day, Reagan will also say, verify, then trust. You see, so you got to verify all of these things before you've actually trusted. It's common sense situation.
That's why there's just such a, I like how I'm seeing, you know, I was more on the more skeptical side for a while. It took me a while to get to this point, believe it or not. The only reason I feel like a little bit more safer, and I'm still like concerned, but my mom being elderly and being a dialysis patient, a new dialysis patient, we have a nurse that comes, and I was just like hitting them hard, blasting them. Look at what y'all did to Puerto Rico. I gave that poor nurse a hard time. He was like, kill Whitey, don't kill me. I know I'm guilty. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of funny. But, they're doing a big effort of like trying to educate and acknowledging that at the end of the day, we have to research, we have to, be educated consumers and all that. But our community is getting hit the worst.
True.
We're the most vulnerable. And a lot of these people that are not taking it, they're not doing their homework. They're not really doing the research. And I remember, and I know I think you backed me up on a few like battles we were having online. When this first hit, there was a lot of black folks talking about, well, we melanated and our melanin makes us immune to this shit. And, it doesn't affect melanated people. And they were like, steam some water and with some, ginger root, and, breathe in vapors and stuff like that. And it's like, that ain't cool, man. You know what I'm saying?
That shit don't work like that. No. Windex works on the movie.
Do your own homework. Do your own homework. Do your research. I've seen doctors on WBLS or some of the other TV stations and radio stations. At the end of the day, do your research because it's an independent decision. You have to do your own research. That's it, because that's the bottom line. Because there is a certain number of people who are dying after taking the vaccine because they have a certain type of blood, but they're not, exposing this to the public at all. Put the cards on the table, that the people make their choices. That's what America has always been about.
But remember that in the beginning, one of the things is to be a cognizant thinker and make good decisions. You have to be able to listen to all the information and not just sit there. You got to go out there and get it, because it's extremely important. Because if not, if one person gets it and he misconstrues the information, he or she misconstrues information, they give it to you and it's wrong. And you know how that daisy chain goes on. When you tell one person one thing and that person tells it all,
ends up being the same.
Gets back to you, you don't know what the hell it is, man. So it's just it's about getting information. So whatever information you get, even if it's just your experience, it's good so people can make an estimation that's a little bit more knowledgeable. Because I think this is and this disposition, I don't know if it's happened in the past, because of course, what was it, 1680 was the last time we had some wide epidemic like this. But the way when was
1918.
Right.
Yeah, 1918.
Right. Okay. I was trying
right after the First World War.
That's when Republican Hoover was in office back then. And they call it Hooverville when a lot of people were living in cardboard boxes and the whole 9 yards. The
Great Depression.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, absolutely. Better known as the Great Depression.
And
the Depression until 1929 when it really hit, but it started in 1918.
It
just proves that you got to know your history, because if not, you're bound to relive it.
And another thing, to build on what the brother was saying, and maybe you guys could correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I understand, this H1N1 corona, like this coronavirus, the Spanish flu, it's all the same virus. It's just been mutating over all over the decades. So like when H1N1 and swine flu and all that was hitting when Obama was in office, and I'm not trying to make this political, but they took effective steps. They went straight to Africa. They closed certain borders like over there right away, and they sent vaccines, and they nipped it at the bud from the beginning. That's why it didn't have the wide outbreak when all those. I mean, when Obama was in office, we had like 3 or 4 like threats like this of swine flu, bird flu, H1N1. They handled it.
Ebola,
and because of what's going on now, this is the thing, like more people have died from this than World War I, World War II, and Vietnam combined.
Correct, including 9/11, correct.
Yeah, 9/11 is a drop in a bucket compared to the people that died from this. And that's because he was saying,
500,000 people have already passed away from this. We know this. But at the same time, like I said, they want to ramp everything up. The last presidency, they did not care anything about a damn virus, because they took they had a playbook and they decided to get rid of the playbook. That's what Trump did when he got into office. He got rid of the playbook that was put in place by the Obama administration, because Obama was dealing with the Ebola. There one person came in from Africa with the Ebola disease, and they nipped it in the bud automatically. That's what it was all about. And to avoid another Great Depression, you have to avoid a pandemic. That's what creates these things.
And that they walk hand in hand. Exactly. Every pandemic has always been met or aligned itself with a Great Depression. And then shortly after that, it's some sort of economic boost up, and you see a resurgence or renaissance. And it's sad to say, but the truth is what it is. You look at it, history details that, and all the information that's involved. In this situation, as you talked about before, Josh, one of the things that we do have to consider is they're all linked. For some odd reason, they're genetically either predisposed to interlink or emulate one another, or it's from span that genetically created based off of something else that was linked from an original cell somewhere, something else. So there's some mad scientist creating shit that he don't need to be creating shit. Somebody just need to get him out the lab so he can play nice with the sand instead of building all these weapons of mass destruction, man. It's really scary.
About it, in order to eradicate this, you would have to populate the entire planet. Everyone is going to have to be inoculated with the vaccine. And a lot of the rich countries, they're trying to get those guys to pass a lot of the vaccine down to the poor countries, because you could do it, in a first world nation, but the third world nation, if they still have it, they're going to pass it right back to, America and some of the big, countries, the first world nations.
Speaking of that, did you see recently when we had President Biden make a direct reference to the reservations, the Indian reservations, and then the different bodies of people that were indigenous people that were never identified before? He says by July, everyone of those people involved will be able to be inoculated or given the. And I was like, you know what? That was a bold statement. In one aspect, it was identifying like, yes, you're there. Where every other presidency before, at least Barack did, but not to this extent, at least to this situation. But every other presidency just treated them like they're non-existent. And then the President Biden had said that. I said, you know what? That's finally somebody showing some love to everyone who's been forgotten. And those are the people who are on reservations or territories.
Yeah, it's very hard, man. I'm telling you.
Sandy, it's good to see you back, bro.
Yeah, man.
No doubt.
And you're not in the fog. You at work. I see the files.
Yeah, look at the files in the background. You going. I'm telling you. A working environment.
Yeah, you got to get busy, man. He's taking care of other people, so he's a godsend. But Nikki, you ain't said nothing. Just been sitting in the background having a conversation. Did your
No, I'm talking to Gina. She still can't get on. She wants you to walk her through going to YouTube.
I'm gonna send the page on YouTube. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna link it on, and maybe she can connect through there. All right.
I couldn't say a
word. I'm gonna connect, but like I said, the new makeup now gives me an opportunity to with multiple websites and stuff like that, multiple screens. I'm able to do a couple things here and there, but I'm still in the dark ages. So if anyone who is walking into the stimulus check and has a couple extra dollars they'd like to send to the show, go over to Patreon and backslash.
Here goes another one for you. They say the best type of nation is a donation. The best type of nation is a donation.
I hear you.
Yeah. So you got to say that one more time. Hold up. Where you at? Say it one more time.
Yeah. The best type of nation is a donation.
That's another one, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm going to send a link.
This guy got them all up his sleeve.
He's the man.
Got long sleeves, too.
He is the man. I'm going to go to, let's see, Renee was trying to help out. But for those who are interested, you on the chat room and Facebook, if you'd like to, follow the link that I just put up for YouTube. It'll go directly to the page where you can actually watch it live. And through there, I can connect you through our connection there. All right. As I just had it's pretty cool how I'm able to interlink here and there. Josh had hit me up just a second ago, y'all. He had basically says, is this wrong at all? Obama versus Trump pandemic, mismanagement, sharing information, please. Fact, check like I did. Remember when Ebola broke out? Many folks either did not pay attention or must have forgotten. There is only one reason and one reason only why COVID-19 is bad as it is. For those of you complaining about Trump being blamed, COVID-19 pandemic, I thought I would post a little history lesson for everyone on both sides of the political divide. I think it's important. So he's still going on, and I really appreciate how he's sharing information, because, like we say all the time, we're always about information, about sharing information. So, but
but the thing about this, while a lot of people was dying, Mo, Trump was out on the golf course. The guy was playing golf.
That's right. That's right.
Come on. How many rounds can your fat self, do during a pandemic?
I don't know. Probably the same gauge as Ted Cruz going to Cancun during that horrific situation. I don't know.
But if you go back if you walk back through history, the majority of the pandemics, the Great Recession, depressions, the fallout of the economy were all caused by freaking Republicans. Bottom line, and the ones who pulled them out was Democrats. That's how it normally works. Because the Democrats are like the more gentle nation, but the Republicans are like, hey, we do whatever we want to. You don't have to bother about it. We're going to do it anyway. And they did for 4 years.
Cyclically speaking about politics, and when Republicans are in power, the conservatives seem to be really aggressive about some of the factors that they want. And they're not as concerned about social welfare and social wellness. They're more so about business. That's why the mantra has always been about business. So in certain instances, you see how business decisions are contradictory to moral decisions working with health, where the Democrats have to come in. So after so much spending that the Republicans do with all these bills and things that they need to do, Democrats have to traditionally come back in and, as they say, put the house back together, and then clean up the mess. And then in that process, it mobilizes Republicans to work that same body of work again to try to relieve. It's the same cyclical thing over and over again. Republicans spend, while Democrats come in to recover. Now, however, what's different now is that the Democratic spending has surpassed Republicans. So Republicans are like, yo, what can we do? So we'll see.
But look at the Republicans. They've been hijacked by Donald Trump. Donald Trump, the Republicans, I think the Republicans just said Trump or vice versa with a cease and desist order, because one was taking the donations from the other one and they don't want them using their name. So the entire Republican Party has been hijacked by Trump. He wants to start his own party. I know everyone have heard of that. Not to mention huh?
But even he himself said that he wasn't set up in a party, but you can't believe it. He probably is the super patriots or some shit, some nonsense.
He hijacked the entire party. They're gonna have to start a new Republican Party because he took over the old one, just like the Tea Party did it many years ago when they came through.
I encourage them all to set up new parties here and there, because this two-party shit is part of the problem.
Ain't nothing like a block party. That's the new party is gonna call a block party.
A block party, hell yeah. Block
Whatever happened to the Green Party?
You talking about Rand Paul? Wow.
The Green Party representing money, but it ain't.
the Patriot Party. Just as long as it don't end up.
The funny thing that you said, Mo. The funny thing that you said that the Republicans like a businessman to do this. So you figure they pick a good businessman. What the heck did they pick Trump for?
Because they knew he was a moron.
Every time.
They said they knew he was a moron.
I guess so.
You know what? I think it's because good businessmen don't want to work in politics.
No.
They work in politics. They don't want to be in politics.
Here goes the answer.
Right.
Because the bottom line is Trump is a con man. And that's what a lot of people realize. A con man will always con your ass into doing certain things. And then when you find out later on, you say, what? It's no different from like the insurrection. He said to everyone, let's go down there and let's take the Capitol. And what did he do? He hopped in his freaking motorcade and
he walked away.
Yeah, that's a con man for you. It's a classic con man. In 1949, there was a movie that was made after a con man, and his name was also Trump. He was selling these people umbrellas. Yeah.
Barron Trump. The story continues. I got to get that. The story about a new up and coming society and Barron Trump, Donald Trump, his boy Donald. That whole story. It's really interesting, man. How something that was written and portrayed hundreds of years ago is rolling out now. I always say the same shit. I said the universe shows you all the time of what's going to happen. We got to pay attention. That's
History
crazy.
repeats itself. History repeats itself.
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm. Yes, it does. But I tell you, man, when it comes to all this stuff with Donald Trump, the one thing that I did see that I can see how businesses seem to gravitate to him is the fact that Donald Trump didn't pay taxes. He avoided paying taxes using all kinds of tax loopholes. To the businessmen, the least that they have to pay, even though we know now is going to be different, but for all those years, he got away with it.
Not only not paying taxes, but what's crazy about what Donald Trump did, he made a career of not paying taxes, but also constantly being able to go bankrupt.
Right.
And he used the bankruptcy system, and he would to flip, all this real estate, his whole empire was based off of, going bankrupt and getting loans and going bankrupt again, and so.
And you would think how smart he was because he was getting away with it. He paid more money to a prostitute at $130,000, than he paid in taxes to the government. So you, who got screwed? The government got screwed, not the prostitute.
Well, he's famous for that.
There's a lot of bills. Yeah. Stormy Daniels, as a matter of fact. So he's a con man.
We know Donald Trump is a symptom of the cause, not the cause. He's the symptom of white supremacy and systemic racism. It's the system and the institutionalized racism that produced this monster. So I mean, if it's not Donald Trump, it'll be somebody else.
He's a catalyst. He's not a symptom. He's a catalyst because he's trying to move it ahead.
No, I think the catalyst came before him in Sarah Palin in the Tea Party. I think that was the catalyst.
Well, he's continuing. He's also a catalyst. He's continuing.
Like when I think of catalyst, I think of something that launches something. That's what catalyst means to me. So, and I just think, the powder keg was there, and then Obama being in office just was like all the motivation they needed. And then, that was it. It was all in place for him.
But you gotta look at it this way. There was a lull for 8 years, so he catalyzed it back in effect.
But you know what?
Right? Because you didn't.
Go ahead, Sandy.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say
because.
That's you.
Go ahead. I'm gonna eat a cookie. You go ahead.
I'm jealous. What I was going to say is that, to me, in appearance, what it seems like it's the epitome of the angry white man syndrome. It's just, and that's how the nation, this patriot thing is. It's a nation of angry white men who who's had to be made to adjust to a new system that looks not for their own privilege, but to spread it out more, and they'll gain less, and they'll be less empowered. And then white privilege won't be as significant. And so that creates a big fear system with them. And that's been the mobilizing mechanism behind all that stuff. So that could be the mechanism that celebrated Donald Trump, because he's ready to be anyone's clown and say whatever they want him to do as a society. Hi, Gina.
Hello.
It was my niece.
But again, you got to go back to 83 and the Time article of the Browning of America. They're still in this fight to not be the minority.
Yep.
That's the catalyst.
They are definitely. This is what the right and all these QAnon people. They are definitely afraid of what that brother just said. The whole Browning of America. I remember that article. I was a little kid. And these are the things that they really lose sleep over. They're losing sleep of like their low birth mortality rate of Caucasians. That's when they talk about abortion and everything. It's not that they care about abortion of the fetus, you know, the world is turning brown. There's like two large ethnic groups, Asia and India. You know what I'm saying? I remember there was a comedian that said, eventually we're gonna hump you. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's gonna be brown at some point. Right. You know, and I remember I was watching, I forgot the name of the activist, this actress who's also an activist. She was saying that, you know, I think she, you know, because she had just got a role in some movie. She was South Asian or something like that, and she made a very controversial statement. She said, never forget it. She was saying that, you know, for white people, specifically white men, if they feel angry, like they're being oppressed or they're being left out of the conversation, or they're being left out, they're correct. You are being left out because, you know, now everybody's not gonna look like you. You know what I'm saying? Right. You know, power is being distributed on more level playing field now. At least that's the trend. You know.
Well,
so
I'm
like,
gonna give you.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna give you all a book to read to make y'all understand this a little bit more. The ISIS Papers by Frances Cress Welsing.
Oh yeah.
She'll explain it all the way down. Her and Neely Fuller broke down what white supremacy is. And everybody needs to understand that and understand the definition of what it is, because she's got a very specific definition as to what it is. And that's the only way you're going to combat it, by knowing what you're dealing with.
I wish I could reach the book right now. It's right above my computer. I'd have reached it and just read the preface, because she breaks it down. We were blessed to be able to spend some time with the elder, and she broke it down in such a way it was dynamic. And one of the examples that you see at all times celebrated.
And that was a conversation
about the pool table. I remember when she broke it down, Sandy.
Right.
Yeah.
About all the balls that's left on the pool, right?
Yeah, when she talked about the pool.
Oh, table. I thought it was Conspiracy Brother that came out with that, an Undercover Brother. That's actually a thing.
No, that's true.
Nah.
That's all balls.
Frances Welsing. The pool table. Understand it. The pool table is the earth.
Yep.
All the balls are the other nationalities, and the white ball is knocking the colored balls in the pool.
Yeah. I didn't know that was a real thing. I'm not even trying to be ignorant. I didn't know that was actually a thing.
Well, you know what I mean? Then that's the truth. That's just an analogy.
And then Neely Fuller has the workbook for the workbook of white supremacy or something like that. Neely Fuller, that's this dude's name. I forgot the exact title of the book, but look up those two, and then y'all will get what's really going on right now.
Just for those that are watching, because sometimes the concept of white supremacy scares people, especially white people. And white supremacy is about being the end-all benefactor of all things. And we're trying to, those of us who are against white supremacy are trying to make benefits available to all human beings, not just primarily white people. And, you know, that crumbs are not shared across the table. We truly believe in equality and equity. And in order to do that, you have to break down the system of white supremacy. And white supremacy, another example of white supremacy is if you're walking down the streets and mentally you see someone coming with like some hoodies and jeans and so on and so forth, who has complexion, who has darker complected, you may not know that person's a doctor coming home from work, but your natural and automatic disposition is to feel like you have to hold your pocketbook. Someone else coming across the other side of the street could be dressed in a suit, could be a Caucasian American. You automatically assume that person won't harm you, and that person's actually a murderer. So it's the mindset of America that has led people to believe there's certain things that are understood when they should not. They're misunderstanding the society and our development, and they're holding us back from really living the intent of what America is understood to be. Land of the free.
You know, the thing about it, no, because all around the world there's racism like crazy. Because I saw a documentary on that. Because even in like China right about now, they're trying to, you know, there's Muslim Chinese that they're trying to actually, you know, exterminate like crazy over there. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's called the Uyghurs or the Uyghurs. They're trying to get rid of those guys. You know, then you have the monarchy in Great Britain saying, hey, you know, look at Meghan Markle, and, you know, oh, we're not racist. You know, the Queen of them, we're not racist. You know, come on, be for real. You know, you are. You know, let's face it. You never thought that you would ever have, a daughter-in-law that's black or have black in her. Let's look from that
For
Oprah
all they,
Winfrey.
as far as they concerned, that baby is dark as Whoopi Goldberg. That's what they see when they see that baby.
Absolutely.
Of course. They were very concerned about that because they don't want the next baby to be named Rollo or something. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're afraid of.
Rollo. Made me lose my head. That's funny.
Lil Rollo.
But you know what?
Well, I just wanted to just comment this one time about
just Prince Rollo.
One of the things I run across a lot with the subject of white supremacy, I mean, this could be a conversation that could go on for like weeks, so it's like it's just so many layers to it. But like in my battles that I've dealt with, even with a lot of the activism I've done where I have to work with our so-called white allies sometimes when they come out of pocket, you said that they're afraid of that word, they hate that word. Mm-hmm. Their fragility kicks in. What do you mean white supremacist? I'm not a white supremacist. I got a black friend. My wife is black. My grandkid is a biracial. How dare you call me a white supremacist? And they get so triggered. I can't be racist, but what they don't understand, and you kind of touched on it, is, you might not have never owned slaves. You as a Caucasian, as a white person, may have never intentionally done anything or said anything to oppress, anybody, but you are benefiting from a system that's over 400 years old that came from slavery. You're benefiting from a system that permeates all aspects of society, whether it's our judicial systems, our criminal justice systems, our educational systems, our religious institutions, our schools. You're benefiting from that, and you're born with such a head start, and all we're asking is for more level and, like you said, equitable play field. So there's a lot of that. So with that comes with a lot of attitudes, language that you use on a daily basis, that are these microaggressions that we got to deal with on a daily basis that you're not thinking about. It doesn't mean anything to you as a white person, but we every day have to, once we leave our house, and even when we're just trying to exist in our online spaces, we're dealing with this violence, this psychological violence every single day, and physical violence, with the police brutality and everything else. And we have to live our lives walking on landmines. You know how much mental labor that puts on people?
Yeah.
So you have the privilege that you don't have to think about that. I wish I had that privilege. You get to put that Black Lives Matter sign down after the protest. I gotta still be black 24/7.
Right. But you gotta understand, you've fallen into it already. You've been trained. Watch what I'm gonna tell you. Tell me what classical music is.
Classical music is music that's, been around,
What would you consider classical music?
I mean, it depends on what genre.
It shouldn't depend. See, here's the problem. It shouldn't depend because you should know what your own classical music is.
I know what my classical music is, but you gotta be more specific. There's classical hip hop.
No, I really don't. Because
reggae,
if I ask you about classical music, you should be answering for yourself. You shouldn't even be guessing no more.
I'm not even guessing. I don't know where you.
No, you shouldn't even be guessing. You shouldn't be guessing about what I'm asking. You should know what you classical music to me. Jackson 5, Marvin Gaye, whatever. That's it.
Okay.
White folks think it's Beethoven. That's what they're going to tell you, and you got to have your own. Everybody got a different walk.
Well, you hit it right there. The context is understanding what the framework of it. What you were
right. I'm a thinker. I don't just talk. Just I got to know what you're specifically asking.
I knew where you were coming from because we were posed that same question. Classical music. We're talking about Louis Armstrong. We're talking about the correct.
So that's jazz. So that's jazz. But then there's classical, all kind of different music.
Ray Barreto, Fanny All Stars. We can talk about Celia Cruz. Those are classic salsa. So,
just in salsa alone, you have salsa dura from the 70s, and then you have salsa romantica from the 80s. You know what I'm saying? In 90s.
Let me explain something to you. When you ask a white person what classical music is, they ain't guessing. They're going to tell you Beethoven, Strauss, and all those things, Rachmaninoff and all that. That's what they're going to tell you. They're not going to say, they're not going to go into, do you mean jazz? Do you mean this? Do you mean, right, because anybody can pick a genre, but if you tell me If I look at you and say, what's classical music? Most white folks are going to tell you exactly that.
Right. So in other words, what you're saying is in the white mind, in the white supremacist mind, there is no genre. They're the genre.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
Because of the way we are, and we just operate like that and we think like that. We want to be respectful and think whatever. We're like, well, what, we'll give an answer like this.
Right.
But to a white person,
and that's
they're
what
just
I'm
going to tell you that. I got you now. Or when they talk about heroes or who discovered America, the settlers, George Washington, they're not going to talk to you about, like when they talk about who invented electricity and the light bulb, they're not going to talk about Nikola Tesla and George Washington.
Louis Latimer.
They're going to tell you
Louis Latimer. That's what I'm going to tell you.
Right, Louis Latimer. Right.
Louis Latimer did it. I don't know about Ben Franklin.
You eccentric would know about Nikola Tesla. People
Right.
Average folks would be like, all right, Bell. But one thing that I wanted to do to highlight that Renee Brown had just mentioned, when we're talking about classical music, don't forget, Beethoven was black.
Yeah, he's black.
Exactly. All the pictures.
That's not even a debate no more. That's been like thoroughly researched and proven and all that.
Right, but then you have the uber right-handed naturalists that want to keep believing that white supremacy is certain. No, he's not. No, he's not. Yes, he is. And the more and more proof is how the dominant gene is African based or from the motherland, and then all of us are derivatives from it. So it's just a conversation that we can have forever. Right. It's sad because we need to still have this conversation, and that's the problem about white supremacy. The fact that
that's why I was going to propose to you. Like, have you thought about doing, like, I'm sure maybe you already have. I'm probably late to this game, or maybe we could collaborate on something. I think we probably need it'll be cool. I don't want to say we need, but it'll be real cool to have like that book that brother had just recommended. I'm going to try to, look it up and just have like maybe a monthly book discussion, like a book club where we, talk about these things. We get more educated, where we could do a book review on, like the miseducation of the Negro, or like these, like, I think essential books that some of them that I've always heard of that I didn't even read yet, but I've got the clip notes, like books on like what's his name? What's that
you got clip notes.
Yeah, I'm full of clip notes, and that's the problem. I gotta actually read everything, you know what I'm saying?
You'll fill it in, brother. You're hungry, you will fill it in. That's right.
I'm gonna give you I wish you was with us. I wish you was as old as me and Mo, because those people you got clip notes on.
Yeah.
The book, I'm gonna get y'all. I got Marcus. I know Marcus Garvey's cousin.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can get him on here. The other thing is, you talk about.
I hope it's not Umar Johnson. Umar Johnson,
I wish you was just a little bit older, because you could have met a lot of these authors. That's the thing.
Okay.
That's where you needed to be, son.
Yeah.
How old do you think I am?
I don't know. I really don't know, because I really can't see you. I'm looking on my phone.
Don't be guessing, bro. You guessing, man. That's why. How old do you think I am?
I don't know. Let me see 46. If I look sideways. See if you look any older.
46.
Okay. You look all right. Okay.
46. Okay.
46.
So I don't know. I'm not necessarily an OG, but I'm not no spring chicken.
No, I'm not saying you are. Okay. No, but what I'm saying is, if you was just a little bit older, we would have had you out here with these authors that we're talking about, the books of.
We were blessed.
Oh man,
we would have had the
Chinua Achebe, Francis Cress Welsing,
Kwame Ture.
What's that brother's
Dr.
name? They're always showing clips of him now in the '60s. That he used to just drop bombs on these white folks. He was very well spoken, very articulate. No. That's like, he was like a revolutionary. This guy was more of like a conservative looking brother.
Sounds like
Baldwin.
Oh, okay, Baldwin. Okay.
Yeah, man. I be seeing these clips.
Baldwin?
Like, wow.
From the Black Renaissance.
Yes. David. Wow, man.
Baldwin. He used to hang out.
One of those things, man.
He was a. Yeah.
You think you woke, you think you conscious and stuff, and like I'm beginning to learn where the humility has to kick in, because the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
The more I learn, the more I realize I don't know.
Exactly. And you know what? That's the origins of when they talk about knowledge of self. when you first get the understanding and knowledge of self, it's either two things. Either you get upset and angry at people who've been lying to you, or you end up crying because you've been lied to for so long. So it's just waking up to, and then the hunger of learning more. And there's so much to learn. And I really like the fact that more people want to learn more, and that's from our various origins. Because we're not, we don't need what's that, DNA 23andMe to tell us we're black. We know we are. It's just helping to find out where our family members are and where we're from. We come to find out that, I got cousins in Trinity that were from the earlier stages of Trinity, or if I got family in Guyana, or I got families in Cuba, I got families coming from Norway. You know what I mean? It's good to find out where you come from, because at least you know where your origins are.
Yeah, definitely. That's very important.
And you find out how dirty they did you.
True that.
Exactly. But then we need a blueprint or a game plan of where do we go from there, And I think so much has been lost, like these luminaries that the brother was mentioning that I didn't get a chance to meet, but I think they've laid out a very concise blueprint on progress and upward mobility for our people. And I remember in my time, in the generations coming up in the 80s, in the days of Public Enemy and all that kind of stuff, and all the marches and stuff like that, we were still kind of like waking up and being conscious, and it was cool, like to talk about the Black Panthers. You had Malcolm X came out, you had the Malcolm X movie with Denzel, and rap music was really like socially conscious, and we've just been watered down and dumbed down so much that like it's not cool to like talk about that, or to for the younger generation, it's like I think a lot of momentum was lost, is basically what I'm saying. And I want to, we need that to come back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do you know what, the resurgence of these movies and the topics, and some of us can get really hard on these movies, because we're more historians. We want to make sure that everything is historically on point, because we've seen how messages get misconstrued, and really important situations can be molded into something less important.
That Harriet Tubman movie had me so furious, man. I didn't even watch it, man. But
you know what?
Making a black man the villain who was chasing. I mean, that whole fictional character. They, it's like even when they try to do something to show, one of our heroes, and then picking a actress that drags African Americans and all this kind of stuff instead of picking. You couldn't find an actual African American to play an African American. You got to pick somebody from England that talks shit about black people in America. Like that wasn't cool.
We have, but you know what? We have the American society is always willing to pick a villain of its own to show. You're never going to see opposites, or very, very seldom. I ain't gonna say very seldom, but they're quick to villainize us. But when it came to that movie, I looked at it. First off, I knew there was a lot of breaks in truth. But what I saw about it was the same way I looked at the Greatest Story Ever Told, the story about the Bible. Great depiction, great movie cinematography. A lot of bullshit in between, a lot of questionable things here and there. But for a movie's sake, loved the movie. The movie was great. Same thing when it comes to Harriet Tubman. The storyline, it was a lot of breaks in between that I know that was fictitious. A lot of stuff that would make it, a lot of stuff that they should have celebrated about how dynamic that woman was and some of the bravery that she had to entail on her own. But American minds right now, how volatile it is not prepared for it. But that's why, like you see,
it's never gonna be prepared for it. No. So I feel we should stop holding our breath for that. And I feel that we should like start demanding to not be insulted, because all that movie did, in my opinion, and I'm not saying everybody's entitled to it, but in my opinion, all that movie did was perpetuate the stigma and the stereotype of putting, demonizing the black man and making us the villain, and further driving that wedge between the black man and the black woman. That's just how I saw it. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
Did you also see that?
I think that's very destructive. We have enough on our plate. We didn't need more of that.
But did you also see how that movie came out at the same time as Nate Parker's movie? And and it was the antithesis. It was basically made to distract you from the other movie that was more powerful about Nat Turner.
Right, I do remember that. Yes.
So it came out at the same time. So you had,
and of course, what they did to that cat, because they was bringing this sexual stuff up, trying to destroy that movie.
Right. Questionable and stuff like that. But again, it has to do with distractions. Cinematography, when it comes to America, is willing to take small little nuggets of truth and make it into a fantasy and Disney-like, because that's what they always want to do. They're never going to hit you with the truth of gory truths. Like we saw how they did with the Passion of Christ. Passion of Christ was probably the most violent film I've ever seen when it comes to penance and pain. But they villainized the director. And I'm like, yo, truth be told, I think that could happen. So why don't we?
But the director's a racist piece of shit.
Yeah. Besides that, yeah, exactly.
Talking about his white ex-wife's gonna be raped by a pack of pack of black niggers. You know what I'm saying? So.
But I mean, I guess this goes with the same question. Now with that same type of fever, that same type of energy, you see how they're taking at everything. You saw Pepe Le Pew taken, canceled, right? We saw how different movies are starting to now being taken away. Now you can't see Gone with the Wind. You can't read, the books are not available at this point in time. There's some of them are being banned. The cancel culture, when it talks about things that are politically correct, are starting to evade on some of historical gems, some of the historically written books that were so racistly out there, but they were great written books that you can actually really envision the time frame that it was written. You know,
I feel though that's being a little bit falsely represented though, and if you allow me, I'll tell you why.
Please.
Because what's happening is they're taking this cancel culture phrase and they're weaponizing it to the point where it starts to diminish legitimate things that need to be called out and legitimate things that need to be canceled. You know what I'm saying? And they're watering it down, and then it makes it lose its teeth. So now every time the danger is every time you bring up something that's racist or sexist or whatever, you know, now they could say cancel culture. That's what they do with Me Too. Me Too was a movement started by a black woman, Tarana Burke. You don't hear about her, but you hear about Melissa Manano. You hear this word SJW, like social justice warrior. Are you kidding me? That should be like a hardcore gangster term.
Right.
You know, but now they've weaponized it and watered it down so much. So let me tell you about this cancel culture, you know, that where they're kind of like misrepresenting, like you mentioned, Gone with the Wind. Nobody's saying erase Gone with the Wind. You know, like all the racist movies from Disney and stuff that they haven't deleted them from Disney Plus. They put disclaimers now explaining what it is, so that way they could cancel it, but you still have access to see it so that the history is preserved. You know, those 6 books that Dr. Seuss, have you seen the imagery and that racist ass shit?
It's, oh my God, so anti-Semitic.
And that was one of the rare times that white people, their estate, it wasn't us, their estate decided, you know what, these 6 particular books, the other 160 books, they're going to be in general 6 circulation. But we're not going to keep republishing these 6 books because it's wrong. They decided that. The state decided that. You can still see them. They're still in the museum. It's the same thing as the statues that were getting torn down, these white supremacist racist statues that only were erected in the 60s as a reaction to Martin Luther King. These statues weren't around back from the Civil War area. This was just a smack in the face to black people. We're not saying erase history, put those statues in a museum so people can still see what it is. You know, what
put them somewhere.
Cancel culture. Meanwhile, the Republicans for years, these far right Christians, in my lifetime, they've canceled Disney, they've canceled the Dixie Chicks, they've canceled Procter and Gamble, they've canceled Harry Potter, they've canceled Pikachu. They've been doing this all my life. All of a sudden, because of white supremacy, when we start canceling shit, so SJW's cancel culture. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Certain things do need to be canceled.
No, you're right on point. And I think I'm using the term only because it's well understood, you know, about this cancel culture.
But I don't think it's well understood.
You know what? The intent is not understood. Just the word, the reference wise may be understood, but the intent and the harm that it does. Because I don't agree with it either. I mean, I would like.
I saw a post where they were comparing the Pepe Le Pew and Speedy Gonzalez, and they put Cardi B in there, and they're like, Pepe Le Pew offensive, Speedy Gonzalez offensive, but then they had Cardi B and they said empowerment, and that pissed me off because, like, I might not agree with like a lot of stuff Cardi B does, but how often do you see a Dominican calling out anti-blackness in Dominican Republic and bigging up Haitians and talking about she got Nigerian roots? And so like, and she talks about politics and all that. Now you're comparing an entertainer that does sexually explicit, like soft porn type entertainment for adults with a cartoon that's racist, against Mexicans, and shows like I wouldn't have canceled it, but if you look at Pepe Le Pew, that motherfucker was trying to rape that damn cat, that pussy. He literally was grabbing the pussy. He literally was grabbing the pussy, and she was fighting to get away. You know what I'm saying? He literally grabbing the pussy, and you're comparing that was designed for kids to Cardi B.
I hear you.
Give me a fucking break, man.
Yeah, man.
But when you go back to that Pepe Le Pew thing, that's probably why these little boys got problems. I'm talking about dealing with women since the 50s.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's probably why.
If Pepe can do it, I can do it.
Back then, they're now grown men. And ask Coleman in New York what he's dealing with now.
Grown ass culprits. Mm-hmm. Yep. Who said they grew up with that same mentality, thinking it was okay to treat women in a certain type of way, to hunt them, to be facetious in your terms.
I wouldn't have canceled Pepe. You wouldn't have canceled Pepe. You know what I'm saying? But if you really think about it, it's something that we really shouldn't be teaching our young boys, that it's okay if a girl's trying to get away from you to hold them down and pin them down. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because that's what the cartoon is. But then now they say, SJW, you're canceling shit. I'm like, you canceled Teletubbies. Remember when they canceled Teletubbies?
Right, yeah.
For the one with the bag, right.
And I couldn't even understand them. Look, Teletubbies was a lot of people reading in and stuff. Because look, they even said there was a gay Teletubby.
That's what it was. That they said.
How you get a gay Teletubby?
Hell if I know. They didn't like to have any body parts anyway. Anything to decipher whether they were male or female or anything else.
They wasn't talking English.
No, they don't what they was talking about.
How old were they?
They carried a bag. Now, who the hell knew it was a bag? You don't know if that was an extremity. You couldn't tell what the hell it was. But at the same time,
all our lives, think about it. They've been canceling everything since I was born.
Yeah.
They've been canceling all the cartoons. They canceled He-Man. They canceled. They've been canceling Disney for years. They canceled the Dixie Chicks. They canceled Harry Potter.
I just really
Sarah Palin was having people having book burning parties. They were burning books. I'm like, what is this? Are the Salem witch trials?
Fahrenheit 451 again. The whole thing.
Yeah, but Sarah Palin wasn't above that herself. I mean, her daughter didn't her daughter have a child out of wedlock?
Exactly.
Yes, she did.
I mean, who gave her the authority to be the moral judge?
White supremacy, because she felt that she could.
Right.
And some people listened to her like she could.
It's like what the brother was telling me. The brother was telling me, like, what's classical music? Well, we start thinking about it, but for them, it is the only classical.
Right.
Everything else is an afterthought.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That's the point of what he was telling me, and she's absolutely right.
Yeah.
In their mind, they could cancel stuff all day, and it's just the right thing to do, and it's white is right. The minute the other, whether it's black people, gay people, women, the minute they cancel something, that's cancel culture.
Yeah, because look at the Lone Ranger. Everybody knew that the Lone Ranger that was based on the freaking gentleman that was black. The entire story.
A black dude.
Look at the Buffalo Soldiers. The Buffalo Soldiers were the ultimate peacemakers.
But if you look at it,
it was a black man with an Asian.
If you look at
Cowboys were black, by the way.
Yeah.
That's why they call them cowboys.
See?
Right, because if they was white, they'd have called them cow men, right?
Exactly. But even beyond that, if you look at the history, they were like a lot of those black, even the lawmen, the black rangers and the rangers and stuff, they were black men.
They were working class, right? We talked about that. The working class, the Buffalo Soldiers, everything.
Hey, y'all remember that movie back in the day with all the rappers? Like, it was like that video, like that Marty Marl video, the Symphony, but then they actually made a movie of like it was the first black Western with Tone Loc and Big Daddy Kane was actually in the movie.
That was
Sonic. It's called.
I forgot the name of the director. Spoon. What was the name of the director that he was in the movie too? The black director. That he was in New Jack City.
Singletary.
No, not Singletary. Remember the light skinned brother in the one in New Jack City that
the Hudlin brothers? Because New Jack City.
Wait a minute. What movie y'all talking about?
Which white guys?
That movie. It was a black Western, and the director.
Oh,
here, let me Google that shit.
Not the one with Will Smith in it, right?
No. This is in the 80s. This is in the early 90s. It was actually an excellent movie. It was one of the first time we saw a decent movie. Tone Loc was in the movie. We saw a decent movie where.
Oh, I know. I saw that movie.
Are you talking about? It's the story about the black town. Everwood.
Not Buck and the Preacher, which is another good black Western. That's a great Western.
I don't know.
Right now, my TV.
Buck and the Preacher was Harry Belafonte.
History is depicted in a certain type of way, and it always depicts us as being servants, where we've been the primary source of everything from justice to labor. We've been the ones that are part of it. A lot of the stories have been solidified in the minds of American boys to be a certain type of way, just like soldiers. You know, we have been the ones that have been on the front line while the white sergeants and, you know, the high-ranking ones were sitting far away from all the harm, pushing buttons.
Getting all the credit.
That's right. It's always been Rosewood. That's what it is. That's the one I kept thinking.
No.
Jamaica Lewis.
That's not what he's talking about. I know what he's talking about because I remember Tone Loc being in the movie. I forgot the name of the movie.
I'll tell you in a minute. I got Google up now.
I can't remember the film with Tone Loc, but I've seen a couple.
It was Big Daddy Kane, Tone Loc. I forgot what.
Because there was a rap video with Marty Marl, the Sympathy, the Juice Crew, Cool G Rap, and they were all like dressed like in the Western, and they were like Union soldiers, and they were like it was cool.
That's Wild Wild West. OD.
And then they actually made a movie with, and it was like I'll tell you.
Posse.
I'll tell you in a minute.
No, that's
Posse.
Mario Van Peebles.
Posse. You remember that shit?
Posse was Mario Van Peebles.
And then Public Enemy had that music. Who's the posse? Shoot 'em up. Shoot 'em up.
Yeah. She's talking about her and her dad. Her dad, Mario Van Peebles' dad was the
Mario Van Peebles. Mario Van Peebles.
Right.
That was the director, I believe.
Right. His father was actually credited for
Melvin Van Peebles.
Right. Melvin Van created the first black exploitation film. What's that?
Right.
Sweetback.
Comes to Harlem. No, Sweetback's Badass Song or something like that.
Yep. Sweetback's Badass Song. Yep. That was that was the beginning of a lot of different films. Because after that, then you have things like
Cotton Comes to Harlem.
Cotton Comes to Harlem, right? A lot of the movies that were emulated later on in production work by people with melanated skin. That we try to recreate.
Pam Grier. That was when she was big.
Oh.
Did y'all know that Jay-Z produced the all-black Western on Netflix last year?
Yeah.
I thought I saw something, but this just popped up on my feed. Now I slept on that one.
You know what you're seeing now is in streaming services, they'll highlight certain movies that were either directed or starred in, or for black eyes or black popular. I know in Netflix you'll see it for black audience or black America. You'll see a listing of different things. You try to figure out, and you'll find out the director was, and they'll do snippets.
Well, you know, the CEO of Netflix married to an African American woman, and Netflix did a study, and you know it's a little bit controversial because they're saying that they did this study and they saw to formulate a ways to like cater to the audience, to have more movies that cater to the audience that's actually paying for their service. So they're having more black movies. but really it's a double-edged sword because that wasn't really motivated by them wanting to do the right thing. They just saw that it's profitable.
Yeah.
You know, and but either way, we still win because we see more representation. But they're doing now a second study to target more Latinos.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do another study for Asians. So you're going to see a lot more diversity in like what pops up and the choices and the things that are being produced.
Yes, target marketing. You'll see regional marketing too. Certain areas will have certain markets availability in others. You have a southern area near Florida, southern Florida. You'll see Netflix have a lot more Latino, Cuban-based information or movies that may have some origins in Cuba, Puerto Rico, and things like this. Where in California, you'll have origins in Central America, Mexico.
So when we're gonna start seeing some more Boricuas that don't look like Mark Anthony and J Lo and Ricky Martin, and you see more people like us.
Exactly. I'm waiting. And you know what? That's the dilemma that I think that we're having amongst our own patria, because more of us are more aware.
I'll tell you when.
Afro-Latino. It's just the norm for the dominant white population. They're still trying to stifle us from our progress, but we're growing. You see TikTok all the day.
Right.
You see Afro-Boricuas and African Tainos or Africans who speak Spanish. They come out like crazy all over the place, and we're proud about who we are, and there's no question.
Yo, you know what I found out yesterday? I was watching Jink Champs, right? Like I said, I'm catching up because I slept on it, right?
Right.
You know that Master P?
He's all right.
Man, I had to force myself not to watch it today because I get on one episode and like 6 episodes later, I'm like, I glued in. You know how YouTube does.
Did you see the DMX episode?
Oh my God, did I see the DMX episode?
DMX.
Yo, did you see Master P? You know that Master P got No Limit in DR?
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
Master P is no joke with his business wise. People slept on him.
No, Master P is no joke.
Master P gonna take over DR, man. They all over there with long guns talking about true. We about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, Percy's no joke. His business antics. Yo, and I was sitting there watching him talk about his new shoe company and all stuff, and I'm like, Percy's the only person in hip hop that's done everything all the way around and still maintains his business. He's a multi-billionaire.
Bro.
He's a nice guy too. I met him when I was in Vegas. He's a real nice guy too. He was
he's a super sweet man, sweet guy, like a beautiful, nice soul, but he's the most gangster motherfucker on the planet, yo.
Well, like I said, you know, still waters run deep. Just remember that. Still waters run deep. You see somebody that's nice and calm, they're the most vicious person that you would ever want to, mess with.
That's it.
Still
but all emperors and kings and conquerors were like that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a kind gesture.
Well, you gotta. He has to be.
They have nothing to prove. They have nothing to prove. They've been there. They've done that. They have nothing to prove. They're steady within themselves. And that's the thing about it. Once you get to that level, you have nothing to prove. Bottom line.
Like Mansa Musa.
There you go. The wealthiest man in history. That's right. But the truth of the element now is people who are very wealthy, you can tell that they're wealthy. You got some people who are just rich. Percy was wealthy and spent his money on developing his community. Housing, jobs. He was like MC Hammer. Hammer was never given his just due because he had over 100 people on his payroll. He was taking care of communities.
Hammer didn't take care of himself though.
Yep, exactly. Well, exactly. He wasn't as astute.
He was just like for everybody else. And he's so altruistic and so philanthropic, and he didn't make sure he was straight.
That's like Tyson.
And I'm not sure
Hammer
if
also got
Hammer taught. I don't think he taught his people, or he was in a position to teach the people that he was so benevolent to be their own bosses and to be self-sustained. Like Percy Miller, fed everybody and taught them how to feed themselves. Yeah, but that's what makes him different.
Also, MC Hammer got caught with the cancel culture, because when MC Hammer started going pop, black folks left him.
Yeah, we did cancel him.
When he went pop, when they started making MC Hammer dolls and stuff like that, and the sad part is he didn't do it, but then the next group did, and it was accepted. That's the sad part about MC Hammer.
It became very commercialized, and I think that's what you're looking at. You know, with the downs, the baggy pants.
You know, MC Hammer was one of the most powerful gangsters in Oakland, right?
Yes, he was.
Like you ever heard?
Yeah.
You ever heard? To this day, they don't mess with MC Hammer in the West Coast. You ever heard Redman talk about how MC Hammer checked his ass? Watch MC Hammer.
Did you ever hear about
talk about MC Hammer?
Redman is the funny one.
Yeah.
But the white dude from that what's his name?
Oh yeah, man, he's lucky he's
Gas
breathing.
Face Cat.
Yeah, he's lucky he breathing.
He's the one that's
yes,
right.
He is. Yes, he is.
And Redman was sunning MC Hammer and trying him and all this stuff. But then he's like, oh, okay. Right. And he had to pause and he's like, I didn't know it was like that. And like Redman to this day, he, loves MC Hammer, but he's like, Hammer was about to lay the hammer down. Like, yo.
That region of the world.
Right.
That's like, when you go, it's a no-fly zone, that whole concept of no-fly zone. You have certain areas where you have people are iconic. Those are the people that you don't go and fuck around. Like you don't go to Miami unless you talk to
Luke.
Uncle. You don't talk to Uncle Luke. And
like if you're in the hip hop game or you just making moves out there, you got to go through Luke.
Yeah. If you go to Texas, you got to make sure you get Prince Paul, and you got to hit the grandfather out of all of them, the one of Rap-A-Lot. What's his name? The older dude who's a gangster, more gangster. Everybody's scared of him.
What's his name?
Prince.
He was on Prince. Yeah. What's his name? He was on Drink Champs the other day.
Jay Prince?
Well, my Drink Champs.
Jay Prince, the father. Yep, not the son. And then you have
Prince,
people, and you got other people in Detroit. You have what's the brother? You got certain people that like really look out for their region and their area, and it's understood. You know what I mean? You don't go in and shitting on people.
And then people they was on their grind. I grew up around Luke. I'm from Miami originally. I grew up around Luke.
Okay.
And it's like everybody knew Luke. When they call him Uncle Luke, because he was Uncle Luke, and he was in the community. He was doing the whole classic Grandmaster Flash thing, selling tapes and stuff out of his trunk and all that. Like all that shit was real. But like he was down with them Colombians, and there was some shit that went down. Houses that was getting blown up in the 80s, and when you watch that documentary, that famous Cocaine Cowboys and stuff. I was little kids in the 80s, man. That shit was real.
Yeah.
That shit was real.
I have. Let's just say I have relatives who are connected, and they used to talk about this when they would travel. So yeah, but it just talks about how regions, and when it talks about hip hop and then the hierarchy of hip hop and how it impacts our communities. You see more people are activists, but not necessarily helping the community as much as they can. However, you are now seeing people in power who have money, like who are professional sports athletes.
Like LeBron. LeBron is killing it, man. The stuff LeBron is doing.
I love it, man. I love seeing them putting that money back into the community, helping people. LeBron.
They told him shut up and dribble, and he's just like. Putting like masses.
Okay, I'm a dribble.
Watch how many people he's put through college already?
Yo, he shut it down. He makes Oprah look stupid with the Promise School and some of the products that him and his family members have done. Yo, I don't like him. Right. I always say he's a crybaby on the basketball court, but off the court, he's a king to me. My man, I love what he does. I got so much love and respect for him.
Have you ever seen that game show? It's called The Wall. Have you ever seen that where people try? There's a ball that comes down the wall. That's designed by that game show is owned by LeBron.
Yeah,
he owns that game show. He puts up the money for that.
Yeah. You see how people in power. It's that second generation. First generation people were just trying to get the gigs and get the money. Second generation is what to do with it. So you got to see like when Kobe was alive, he took over and bought ABC Productions. When you saw Saturday morning sports documentaries, it was no longer available. He said, okay, that market is available. And he made it available to people like Michael Jordan can make.
And they canceled him and assassinated him.
Yeah, basically. For whose benefit? That's the question, right?
Well,
like they canceled him before he
historical. Any black man is actually any black man is affecting the masses of people, he's out of here.
Let me ask you, brother, something though. Like, you know, like I get inspired when I hear about these, the black excellence, the cream of the crop and stuff.
Right.
But you know, when you hear about what they've done, and you know, not to take anything away from them, and it's just like, you know, we all have it in us to get to those levels, but you know, just like my own thinking, like realistically, you know, not all of us are gonna be able to be the Jay-Z's and the
right
whatever, you know what I'm saying? But like we have all this technology now, like we're on this platform here. And so I've known Moses, a couple years, and I know you've seen some of the stuff I've done, but I'm pretty active, like I said, in a separate, movement community, like I tell you with the, cult deprogramming work and stuff internationally and stuff like that. And my thing is like, what do you think it's going to take? Or just my opinion, I think it's time for like, there not only to be spaces, but just some real practical movement for just the everyday man, everyday people, common people like us, to just have as much of an impact as we can, as big as an impact as we can. Like I've never been to journalism school, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what your background is as far as that's concerned, but we have a voice, we have life experience. We may not have a degree, but like, there should be an avenue where we could come up with a streaming platform like this in the show and just be able to like really impact the community and the world. Like, I just feel like, what's it going to take for us to really just come up, instead of just always looking on the celebrities and the sports icons, just like the regular, is politics the only way? I mean, what do y'all think?
In all honesty, I think if we're always concerned about the parameters that were already set, then we're never going to meet that level. We don't have to look at it, because the only people who celebrate those individuals are usually the white upper crust. They love to be amongst the super athletes. You'll see super athletes like LeBron always, and everyone's shaking hands and taking pictures and so on and so forth. But grassroots people just look for someone else who's willing to talk to them, or the community leader, community hero that's doing stuff like that. Mm-hmm. True impacts happen. And I think the more of that we can focus our emphasis or emphasize their greatness, the more we can mobilize others to do this. For a couple of years, I had this event that I would call Hometown Heroes of Blank City, right? And what we do, we identify the unheard of heroes in the community and do stuff like clean the entire block, go outside on their own, never been called, never been paid, clean the entire block, look out for your kids, ice cream, stuff like that. These are hometown heroes. And for a while there,
I'm not going to do that.
And we've done like maybe 100 people that we identified. If we giving flowers to those that are alive and continually do that and remind people out, then I think the mobility starts from the bottom. And I think that's where we make our most impact. Because if we're focusing only on the cream of the crop, we don't get to actually see that there's more benefit down in the bottom where there is no cream. Like now, cream will kill you, but the essence of the milk is somewhere else. So the essence is within the people. And I think we can do a lot more at a low level. Like what I'm doing or what you're doing or what everyone else is doing, I think resonates more than celebrity. I think we're our own vehicle for exposure. And I think
like not to take anything away from our celebrities, like I said, our black excellence, great, you know what I'm saying? But I just because sometimes I feel, and I don't know if you feel this way sometimes, Mo, and some of the other brothers on here, like I get tired of just having the only option of just looking to our black elected officials or our celebrities, our actors and our sports icons. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need, I think, more unelected black officials. You know what I'm saying?
Let me help you with something here, because he was on the right track earlier today when he came on. And the actual key to success, and I've always said this, okay, your network is your net worth. So all those people like Jay-Z and all these guys and Master P, if you look how those guys came up, you mentioned something earlier, how they were actually selling CDs and all of these things out of their car trunk. They were creating a network. That's what they were doing. And when you said it earlier that you need to team up and you need to get this together and get that together and then merge everything together, it's all part of the network, because your network is going to be your net worth at the end of the day. So
I believe in that.
Is the bottom line is if the greater your network, the better your net worth, and that's what it's going to be. And that, because, like it says, everybody knows somebody that knows how to do something. Back in the day, they used to call it bartering. I know you're familiar with that. This person did this, and the network ended up being very big as a barter club. So that's what it's all about. It's a network. Always keep that network going. You got to keep meeting out, and the further out you go, the better it is. That's what creates success, and that's what keeps you at the top.
And for a brother like me, like now there's, like I said, the internet, you know, everybody's right next to each other. Doesn't matter. It's not like we don't have to be regional anymore, but because of you know, I don't know if you brothers understand like where I'm going, like follow what I'm saying with this, but like growing up in a cult, like the Jehovah's Witnesses, they're a very dangerous and destructive cult. Many people might not realize, but like that's the only religion that is this successful at tearing Black mothers away from their children. Because when you leave that religion, you get kicked out. Your own parents cannot talk to you, and they, you know, are not allowed to go to college. And the ones that do are pressured and have such a hard time to go to college because you got to keep up with all the meetings and all the stuff that they do or whatever. So that's just, to me, something that's really attacking. And Jehovah's Witnesses are not allowed to vote. It's against their religion to vote. So they don't vote. That's 8 point something million people on the planet that are not allowed to vote. So the point I'm trying to make, because of that, I mean, I have roots down south in Miami. I'm kind of like depending on who I'm around, I sound like a down south cat, but I spent like 20 something years in New York. Right. Now I'm in Texas. I did Black Lives Matter in Missouri. Why am I all over the place? Is because since I don't have a formal education, I got to go where the work is. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I've moved. So I'm all over the place. So I'm not. I would love to do something like Mo. Like you're in city council. You're in the community. That's your stomping ground. You probably came up the ranks. You know what I'm saying? I've moved so many places that I don't really have a place that's really home. You know what I'm saying? So my network has to be like, you know, my brother in Philly, my other brother in New York, and my brother in Cali. You know what I'm saying?
Connection and reconnection. Connection and reconnection. But that's all part of the network.
Right, but if you're in Texas now?
Yeah, I'm in San Antonio, Texas.
Yeah,
but I'm not a Texan.
If you're in Texas now,
right?
You don't have to be a Texan. If you're in Texas now, look at what's wrong. Say, I'm going to fix it. If you want to run for council, or do whatever you need to do. You don't have to be. And if you stay there 3 years, you do your thing for 3 years and then go somewhere else and do that. You may make more of an impact like that to the total census of everybody else than just saying, I wish I was right here, because you'll be touching people wherever you go.
Right.
Yeah. Another thing also, because I'm looking at your shirt, it says, what it says, United Smart Tech.
Yeah, because I do IT work.
What is it?
No, because I do IT work. That's just one of the many contracts that I've had.
No, you do IT work. Have you ever been to the CES?
The what? CES?
Yeah.
No, I know about CES though. I watch it when they have the conventions and the trade shows and stuff like that.
I'm a member. Or I'm a former member of the CES. I used to go there every year in Las Vegas. It's all about networking. That's where all of the tech comes from. You have to be within that hub. If you have a company or you're trying to build up something, you have to be in where all of the players are. And that's what you got to learn. You see, and that's all part of being the network, just like I mentioned, the network. You know, and that will determine your net worth down the pipe.
See, my niche, what I, you know how you're just trying to sometimes figure out like what's your calling and how you're gonna like make it practical, whatever. Like my niche is like, I'm into technology and all that stuff. You know, I love software and all this stuff. I have some certifications and all that. Right. I'm also very artistic. And then on the flip side of that, like I'm about like social justice, you know, Black, first and foremost, but
you're in the perfect position. In my eyes, you're in the perfect position. You have the capability of creating platforms and all of these different things, and also spreading the word to mass millions of people on this freaking planet through tech.
So in line with that, what I'm trying to build, I'm trying to build some kind of, like you said, network where all of us with all our respective causes and movements and talents and abilities, like on the tech side, I would love to have some kind of like apprenticeship, and where we get a lot of volunteer labor, like people like yourself that could help young brothers that have that interest to get like certified, get their A+, get their Network Plus, their Security Plus certification, learn coding, you know what I'm saying? Have some kind of resource where, you need funding and grant, but, just elbow grease and just like that volunteer spirit, to help mentor young men or like people that want to break into the comic book industry or something, to have that time, like just some kind of network where whatever you want to get into and you don't have the resources or the connections or whatever, whether it's journalism or whatever you want to get into, a network where we could come together and just pull from that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think we have what you have
almost like a clearinghouse of, okay, well, I know this guy, he does this. I know that guy, he does this. I can refer you to this guy. You send your son over here. If he wants to learn how to do this, go see him, so forth.
Right. And like I already am partnered with a woman out of Atlanta that has that she's also a fellow activist in the cult deprogramming, but she's also she's in a lot of causes. She's really good friends with the mayor of Atlanta, I think, with Shirley Franklin. Okay. I don't know if she's still the mayor there, but she has an organization called Don't Count Me Out, and they do all kind of stuff. They build tiny homes for people, and she started an initiative that raised millions of dollars across the nation. Forgot what the movement was called, but it was basically for Black fathers. And what every year they raise millions of dollars to bail Black men out of jail that are in there for like low-level offenses or like child support missed payments. A lot of men get locked up for like missing a payment of child support. They're still with the mom, the family's still together, but he missed, they or whatever, but they're behind on child support and they still lock them up. You know what I'm saying? Stupid stuff like that. They bail millions of dollars to bail people out of jail so they could be home for Father's Day. Stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It'd be cool if we had a website that's like a hub where we could just,
well, there are websites. There are websites to do that. Like in New Jersey, you have the occupational ONET. You have that's a nationwide thing called the ONET, Occupational Network. It's available. That's good. It's available through the Department of Labor, and that gives you mirror clips of the occupation, and it gives you the resources to identify what kind of education you need to do whatever it is. And then it can lead you to certifications or schools to get the training to get those things to be able to do that. Occupational Network is just one resource. There's enough, like I was part of a team of maybe, I think it was 7 or 8 of us that developed a program called Atlantic City's Jobs and Opportunities Program. And this was funded through Borgata at one point in time. And we put together a package that was quite exciting, man. And the framework is there. If you have the idea, all it does, it's like it says, like if you're trying to, how does a mouse eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So it's the same concept. What you got to do is reverse engineer everything that you're going to do in the local areas that you're working on. If you have somebody like you're in San Antonio, that's where you're going to work on, San Antonio. You find out all the available jobs that are available there. Find out what kind of education you need to get those job certification, and then you develop a library there. From those that are working in there, you develop a hub of relationships between the people who do the job with one another, so you can develop an intra-community economic reinvestment program. They can reinvest into the youth. They can develop the youth and internships and apprenticeships that way. It develops a community and a bond between those professionals that are in there versus the people who want to become that way. And you'll have an ever-growing cycle of individuals that are available to fill in when people retire or to add work and expand. So it's from that level that you grow and grow and grow on, and then you attach whatever you do in one city to one city, then your network gets bigger.
So the way my mind's thinking, I'm going to find some software now that I could rip this whole recording, and I'm going to just zero in on that whole explanation you gave me. And I'm going to need help for somebody to chop that up into a trailer and be able to put it out and try to get it to go viral. You know what I'm saying? That's how my mind thinks, because I know that these resources are there. I just hope that we can find a way to really make it so that just as many of our people's eyes see stuff like this, so that we could just get it more developed, and just become like a movement. I mean, if we could come up with all these hashtag movements that impact the globe. Right. I would love to have something like this that,
Well, I'm going to do something like this, Josh. I just recently found the notes that we had when we were developing that program. I just stumbled onto those notes with all the things that we did. I've got about maybe about 150, 200 pages of it. I'm going to try to I'm going to digitize it and make it available. And then once it's digitized, I'll send it to you so you can overlook. You can actually just copy and paste your name there, launch it. It's done. It's everything's available. All you got to do is customize it to your region. And it's something that hopefully moving forward, I'll actually make it available so everyone can take that same template and move forward, and they can implement it.
Make it a model, because I remember a lot of times you got on my cases like, hey man, we doing all this activism and arguing online and education and free labor, and you was telling me we need to start running for office and all this kind of stuff, get more into the political sphere. I don't know if you told me that or your twin that I thought it was you that I was talking to named Mo.
Right.
you gotta reach out to that brother, man, because
I will. I'm gonna link up because it reminded me. My wife's told me about him, and
his name is Moses, just like you.
Right.
He's Afro-Boricua like you. He has the same little goatee like you. I think he's former military, and he's a city councilman. And he be battling with these wishy-washy Tainos that iron out their nappy hair before they go to the Taino powwow. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
So we have the same type of conversation. So it's like he's like a copy of you, dude.
What's his last name again? Torres?
His name. I did a group chat. Both of y'all are in it, but his name is Mo Santana.
I did see that. That's what I was looking at a second ago.
I was messing with him. I was like, "You got a twin," and then I showed him your picture, and he started bugging out. Man, I'm like, "Yo, I've been talking to 2 different people for 2 years online."
I'll link up with him tonight, man. I'll send him a message and everything. Maybe we can link up. Maybe next time we can come on, because wherever he's at,
he's doing his thing. I know he was running for city council, and then I think he got elected. And then I saw you talking about city council, so I thought a couple times I said congratulations. I see you won, and I thought I was talking to you. I was talking to him.
Yeah, this is my 12th year as a sitting member of city council, and I'm actually in a precipice right now thinking about, do I move ahead and run again, or do I move and run for mayor, or possibly go ahead? So that discussion is taking place right now.
I hope you take it to the next level, man. I mean, if for anything else is optics, man. I know that there's the DC Afro Latino Caucus. I mean, just representation says a lot, man. I would love to see
absolutely
more of us that embrace our blackness.
Yes,
but that are very much still, Latino, whatever, Latinx, whatever term you want to give us, but still have that.
Exactly.
That ain't wishy-washy with it, and just see us.
Talk to me, Sandy. What's up?
I've seen some mayors in Atlantic City, and you're better than all of them. I remember Jim Whalen, Bill Usry. You got these cats running around in the casinos now fighting. So I'm quite sure that you got a better head on your shoulder than all of them cats.
Well, I will say I have a bigger head. But that's all well and good. But I appreciate it, brother. It's just I know in a venture like that, it's going to require so much, and it's not just taking of me. It requires a lot of patience taken from that young lady in the background, Iraq. That wears away on a relationship. It wears away in the community, and sad to say, a small community like this gets torn apart like crazy when it comes to politics. And I'm more of a bringer of people together. Unifier. My man,
that's what they need.
Yeah, my man Ray Tyler used to call me always like he was like, you're the unifier. I see that as you're the type of person, and it stuck with me because he hit it on point. To bring, I'm a person to bring people together and not a dive. And I hate people who deliberately try to separate us all. So it's a lot to think about. Like my man Nate Hernandez right now, my brother says, run for mayor, first Boricua mayor in AC. It would be first Latino, first Boricua, first Afro Boricua. So it's decisions to be made. But I know
time for change. Change is good. Change,
but that's where these platforms come to play. Because for instance, this didn't really cost a damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Cost a little bit of money to get the upgraded version, but with this software, you could have your pulpit. You know what I'm saying? You could really reach a lot of people.
Yeah, it was more of an investment for us right now, being his only job right now. But is a worthwhile investment. We talk about it all the time that the return is going to be a whole lot more. We know it. And not only just for the information wise, but the connection. It's stuff that we gravitate to more. And then, we know organically this will come back out. That this will pay us back tenfold. So, it's an investment.
You have my support 100%.
I appreciate it, brother. One of the things that we also talk about. I'm sorry, Adrian. Hold on. Let me finish this one point. One of the things that I like to that folks know is that it's not only just for me in a situation as a politician. My job is also to help train, empower, encourage, and educate younger minds to fill my shoes. I'm not supposed to be there forever. I'm supposed to pass the baton and teach that younger person
right
pass the baton too. So we'll continuously have an influx of new, fresh, and empowered minds that think similarly. So we'll keep the message going generation after generation. We've had a break in that. In us, as far as Boricuas, we haven't had any part of it. So I'm the first Boricua ever elected in the position of city council, but I think I am the second elected in all of history. I am the third elected in any position where I am. So my representation is a lot deeper and a lot more important than most people understand. But that's why I don't play games. The one thing I will say, and I heard it earlier, I don't play games, but I play for keeps. And I keeps it as real as possible. I'm as honest as I possibly can. I'm green as hell. I don't break laws because it's important that what I reflects upon my family and the community, and breaking the law is not what we do. I'm a fight for right, proper laws. But I was brought in the hood too. You want to square up? We can square up. I talk shit and curse and whatever the situation is. I'm not cotton candy. I'm American as American can be. But let me tell you, my America comes from where I come from. I was raised off of money that had color. I was poor, so I know what welfare was. But I don't come from a clique of people who raised me up, and my ascension didn't come from the many hands. It came from the community. I had to represent them, so that's what it is. But I'm off my box, man. I appreciate you, brother. I'm off my box. Hey, go ahead, Adrian. I'm sorry. I interrupted.
No, because everybody's talking about this pandemic and the whole 9 yards. Because eventually, once this pandemic supposed to be over, down the pike, then like I said, you have a hell of a platform right here moving forward. Because this is the time that everything is tried and true. This is the moment right here where everything gets started. This is ground zero. This is right where we are right now. Even Texas is going through that nonsense. Ground zero. The whole entire country. This is ground zero. We're going to have to build on what we have started here, moving forward, because there is no going back. Everybody wants to go back. No, we are only from the present to the future, but we're not going back, because there's a lot of darkness.
Not even if we wanted to. That's why the name is called the new normal, right?
The new normal.
What's the old saying? The old saying, like, necessity is the mother of invention, right?
Right.
Necessity is father of invention.
The father of invention, right? So, I'm sorry, I'm a Cliff Notes brother, bro. I got all the Cliff Notes.
Don't worry, we got it. We understand it.
I'm doing the one-liners. Don't worry about it.
I'll give you the bootleg. You know what I'm saying? I got the bootleg philosophy,
Yeah, I got a million and one.
I hear you. But look,
that's why we need the
it's
book
better
club.
that you got philosophy. Some folks don't even got philosophy.
Hell no.
It's a good thing that you using your mind.
Some folks don't even know.
What was that brother on Living Color? Remember that brother on Living Color?
Oh, is the dude in jail?
Yeah.
To flagellate.
I forgot his name.
Don't flagellate.
Flagellation.
Damon. Yeah, right. Flagellation, right.
Like I said, one thing Trump is proving.
Whose dog is that?
That's my dog Zeus.
He got a horse.
Zeus got white privilege.
Oh,
what's
man.
up, Zeus? Shut up.
He's pretty.
We good, man. We good.
Is that a boy or girl?
He's a boy. He's a half pit. If y'all friend request me, I'll show you videos of him climbing trees. He's a lab pit mix.
Look, this is my killer.
I had one of those. Those are happy dogs. Now I got a pure pit. But them lab pits was is a lovely dog because they
All he does
playful,
is play,
but they
play, play,
strong as
play,
hell.
play. Oh man, he knocks me
Mm-hmm.
like I'm a big dude, man. He pulls his leash and knocks me on the floor.
There you go.
I hear you.
I got a loud ass.
I got a little pit puppy. She's a year old now, and she's knocking me around.
Yo, I love pits, man. I love pits and I love labs. So I got the best of both worlds.
There you go.
That's a good dog there.
I like dogs. I like dogs. Like
Yeah,
that.
man, but it's nice,
More like
nice to get to know you, brothers, man. Y'all doing good work over there, man.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Whatever we can do to help motivate you.
Philly and
Absolutely.
I'm on my phone. I'm trying to see the name.
Honestly, I was listening to your story. I'm glad you made it through the snow.
Oh man, it was crazy, man. Like I was making fun of dudes out here. I was like, man, like y'all don't know cold, y'all don't know snow. I'm like, this ain't nothing, man. But when like the power started going out, and like you know what it is, you're driving, and every like literally, I'm not exaggerating, y'all. Like every other light, I would see a truck, a car with the tires upside down, like flipped over, and because they don't know how to drive in the snow and the ice.
Wow.
And it was it was scary, man. It got real, man. It was like it felt like Katrina out here for a few days. And then the crazy thing about it is like a couple days, like so once like the after for like that, it was like that for a week, and within that week, it was really bad. It was like 30, almost 40 below. And then it would ease up a bit. It was still like in the low 10s and low teens and stuff. But then like from one day to the next, it's like 60, 70 degrees. Woo. Just like that.
You mean during
like
the day?
It's summer. No, it just turned into summer.
Oh, wow.
Like from one day to the next.
Wow.
Imagine
now like I'm out here in t-shirts and stuff like that. And like, but you still see the aftermath of like, the storm. But like, it was getting like the grocery stores and stuff being open and the long lines, it felt like I was in Cuba or something like that. Like it got bad. It was worse than when the pandemic happened. Like, you know how in the stores, I don't know about up there, but remember there were like when we finally started getting toilet paper and stuff that would say limit 2 for customer and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It was like that again. It was like that all over again. Like the pandemic just hit again.
Wow.
And like all these preppers that we make fun of sometimes, and these people that are preparing for the zombie apocalypse, I know they're laughing at us. Like, I know a dude that I would love for you to interview or something on your show. He's a black dude that used to run with me when we did Black Lives Matter out in Missouri, one of the most racist places on the planet. But he's one of those, he's half white, so he's one of those black preppers, like preparing for like the zombie apocalypse. And he's like always stockpiling on food and guns and all that kind of stuff.
Doomsday.
And like, he's like, he told me something. He says like, you're making fun of preppers, but like black people inherently, we are preppers. We're always preparing for the worst,
Subjectively, we have to prepare for
it. So like, that concept, man, like we need that to just be prepared, have a generator, have flashlights, have an emergency plan. If you're separated from your loved ones, like if a hurricane hits, flood, any kind of whatever, a riot, have a plan where everybody's gonna meet up. If you don't, have batteries, stuff like that, man. Like, I survived Sandy. Right. I was in Sandy up there. I was in Yonkers when Sandy hit, and we had a couple deaths up there, and I survived Hurricane Andrew in Miami as a kid. So like, a couple years ago, I don't know anybody here from New York. We had an earthquake in New York.
Yes,
a fault line in a few years ago happened in Central. Y'all was up there with that? You remember that?
Yeah, had a couple.
So,
epicenter right there in Patterson. We had 2 Patterson shots. Yeah, it was pretty. It was
climate change is real.
But you know what, Josh? I would love to interview somebody like that. Like I said, to bring him on. I
know some wild people, man. I traveled and I just meet some interesting people, man, bro.
It's intended that way, man. The ancestors are guiding you to meet people because they're going to leave you with gems of information and resources. And that's what makes you that much more worthy.
Hey, when you saw my interview with the guy from England, you were like, who is this guy? Like, that's not the Josh I know, right?
No, I was like, okay, I see you switching up. Okay, I like that. So that's all good, man. Like I said, but I think it's essential. Like I said, Adrian brings on a lot of people from different aspects to encourage people, to inform people here and there, and we try to pull from different angles because I think it's essential for us to know that there's a diaspora that's widespread of different people and very informed individuals. Sandy had given us some more of educational hookup through his coworker / wife to be, and gave us a lot of information using the resources that she's become available to. You know what I mean? So we're a hub of information, man. Whatever we can do to be a conduit for people to live life better, that's what we do, man. That's what we do. So if there's somebody you can connect, man, you suggest, let us know, drop a name, man. I will reach out, man, because that's what we're trying to form up. Because I think now the hot topics that I want to try to focus on outside of cryptocurrency is
this guy's a crypto nut. This guy I'm telling you, this prepper dude, his name's Terry Rucker. That's all he talks about is crypto and Bitcoin and stocking up food for the apocalypse. That's all he talks about.
Yo, a 2 for 1.
I'm gonna bring him on. I'm gonna show him.
Please, I would love to, because like I said, those are 2 topics outside of gun laws and understanding guns. Because I know we started promoting carrying a legal weapon, registering to have a gun in the state of New Jersey, and I always said that it's a vehicle of identification, a sense of power in this structure of white supremacy and how things are going. And I think it's necessary for us to know that. Entrepreneurs of the different type of businesses, so they can show the experiences they've had trying to get into businesses, some of the trappings, the fail safes, the things that you can depend on to encourage more entrepreneurs. Even people who are in the education format, the academia, what you can do to promote what younger minds or people should consider versus stay away from moving forward under the new norms of today. And Zeus, if you want to come on, bro, I got you, Zeus.
Zeus was out with me protesting out there in Missouri.
Okay.
Against dog violence. I'm not kidding.
Like my dog. My dog, he's been only around people of color. So when he sees people, Caucasian people, he seems to have a different reaction, which is odd.
I'm gonna tell y'all a quick funny story about Zeus. I'm gonna tell you a quick story about Zeus. When I was new to Missouri, because I moved there with a job. I was in Springfield, Missouri. I was like a couple hours away from Ferguson, a couple of hours away from St. Louis. Mm-hmm. So that's what caused, with all the stuff that was going on with all the rallies and stuff. This is way before George Floyd. That's why I'm motivated to start a chapter of BLM when it was more new down there in Springfield. Right. And I remember I was trying to get the head of the NAACP to support me in that, and they didn't want to have nothing to do with it, But that's a whole nother story and dynamic. But we did eventually work together on some things. Okay. But I remember I had, like, when Charlottesville happened and that young lady got killed in this Charlottesville and all that, Trump was still fairly new as president and stuff. They were going to do this big vigil and stuff. And I'm like, I'm ready to hit the streets and stuff like that. And I remember I had called her and I said, we got this BLM chapter, we want to, see where we could do a protest or whatever. And she's like, and coincidentally, like that week, Trump was visiting Billy Long, the senator. He was flying into Missouri that week. And so they had like barricades in the street where they had people on the left on one side and people on the right. So a lot of stuff was going on at the time. But she was like, I wouldn't even walk across the street for that man. And I'm like, I'm not asking you to walk for him. I'm trying to like stand up against him. So that's how the conversation ended. Mm-hmm. The very next day, I took in a stray dog, and I was going to try to get it put up for adoption. As soon as I brought that stray dog to the house, it was a little black lab. Zeus went crazy. They started chasing each other, and they got loose from me. So I run outside, and I'm trying to catch the dogs, and they ran into this one neighbor's yard in the backyard, and I'm in Missouri. Like in Missouri, you don't need a concealed carry weapon, nothing. You could just go off the internet and buy a gun that's legal. I don't need no papers. If I have a gun, the cops are not allowed to just like say where your papers. It's like the Wild Wild West over there. Mm-hmm. So everybody stopped. So I was scared to go in the yard to find my dog. So I knock on the door, and the owner comes out, and they turned on the lights in the back, and his backyard didn't have no fence. So I'm like, oh my God. So by the time I went to the backyard, the dogs were long gone. So I found the stray dog, but I lost my Zeus. So I was like going crazy because he's also a service dog and I suffer from PTSD and stuff.
Wow. Okay.
So I was all night screaming, looking for him. I had neighbors out driving around looking for him. I was posting on the internet. People were like keeping their eyes open. And they have a website down there called Lee's Lost and Found that the news station set up because there's a lot of stray dogs there because a lot of people do like illegal like breeding, you know, for money and stuff.
Yeah.
And so like if you have a lost dog, the whole town knows if they see a stray dog or if they take it in to put it on that website. So I was looking for the dog the whole night, and in the morning I see a picture of Zeus. And this lady posts on there, she's like, I have this dog here. He has a dog chain from Yonkers, New York. This thing from Missouri. I'm like, that's my Zeus. It turns out the head of the NAACP, the black woman that like I kind of had an awkward situation, you know, like kind of like a tense, not so pleasant phone call. Right. She said out of all the houses in the neighborhood, they heard this scratching outside, this scratching all night, and they opened the door, and it was Zeus scratching on the door on the porch, trying to get into the house. So out of all the houses in the neighborhood, they chose the one black family because that town only has 1.5% black population.
Okay.
He knew to go to the black house,
right?
And they took him in, and the next morning he had Zeus. So that's my crazy Zeus story. Wow. So he knows, like he just has an affinity to black people. He's the way he is.
Part of his ancestry. That's underappreciated, brother.
I hear you.
You know, like I say, black is in the bones. You know what I'm saying? It's not about skin color.
But listen, y'all, we have a few more minutes left before we're going to close out. We're almost at the 4-hour mark, and I want to make sure that I have a little space because I'm considering, and let me tell y'all, because I love y'all as brothers, to do a second show. We have the new norm every Friday, but I'm considering doing the second show possibly on Tuesdays and call it Not So Fat Fridays. I mean, Not So Fat Tuesdays, like Mardi Gras, something like that. And it'll be topic specific. Like we talk about all kinds of stuff, but on that show, it'll be possibly topic specific. I'm considering that depending on what it is. Maybe about relationships and people, you know, human beings, fathers talking to their children, fathers going through struggles with their babies' moms per se. Maybe something like that, or something. I'm considering it. We have to expand a little bit more and consider different things. So, before we close out, I just wanted to give you a heads up. If you see something being invited, and if it's invited with the premise of, you'll see markings on it. Let me see if I can get it to you. I'll show y'all my the company logo. If I can get it over here, working this double screen sometimes gets in the way. But if you see the logo, and the logo has this on it. You see the logo top right-hand side. You'll see it as Phoenix Media Group and Apparel. Phoenix Media Group and Apparel. If you see that and it's coming from me, you know it's me, and it's one of those type of things. All right, so but
you got your merch. You getting your merch game up or what, man?
Trying to get it together. We got a lot of things, inclusive. The areas that it says the most famous part is Adrian Says. You got to make sure that Adrian gets his props. And you know,
because I need that print screen hookup, man, for some stuff I want to do. So
all right, man. So whatever we can do, bro. We always got connections. My man Nate Hernandez, another Boricua, Afro Boricua. He does similar stuff here in the city, but we have contacts. We got probably a few contacts all over, man. We got some Texans too. So I can connect you somewhere local, or you know, all the way around.
Yes, please do.
Showing love, man. It's about showing love.
You got to build that network.
Right.
Yeah, man. Y'all add me. You know, like we'll all add each other if I don't have you already. And
okay. Done deal. Gentlemen, we close out. We usually give everybody a chance to say a few words. Probably if you want to advertise something specific, then you're able to. Then cool. Josh, you came second to the last, so I'm gonna give you a chance to say a few words in closing. So
I hope y'all ain't sick of me yet. I mean, I appreciate you giving me a lot of time to say quite a bit. So, I appreciate all the mentorship I feel I got today, all the advice, all the encouragement for you brothers. It's nice to just see positive images of black men building together, you know, in the eldership that I see here. And I'm going to try to make good on a lot of the things that I talked about. I'm gonna read some more books so that I don't have to do the cliff notes as much. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And look forward to building with you guys and seeing what we could do. Building that network and that net worth, like you was talking about. And I'm gonna share this and let all my contacts know as well.
Hey, build it up, man. Just house is a home, like they say. Build it up, build it up. You got to build it up.
That's right. Sandy, what about you? Any words?
Any words? My words are, as of now, my suggestion is to buy all the black books you can because they ain't gonna be around long.
I'll get the PDFs then. We'll just have to share the
everything's going to
PDFs.
be digital, and I'm old, so I like to have tangible.
You're still young, Sandy. Get out of here. You're still a young man.
You don't lose files. You don't lose books. You lose files.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a
hard copy guy too.
You burn books.
Right, I'm a hard copy kind of guy. Absolutely.
You're hardcore, huh, Sandy?
Yeah. So,
hey, Sandy, by the way,
hard copy, hardcore.
Yeah, I sent you something recently.
Me and my CES brother, we encrypt our stuff, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like I gotta get to that stuff, man.
We keep encrypted, but I'd rather have a hard copy too. It looks better.
That's all the players, man. That's the players' ball. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Sandy, I sent you something earlier this week from WBLS. Did you check that out? Were you online then?
No, I didn't get a chance to look at it. I did see the link.
No, Sandy, I sent it to Sandy.
Because I looked at it about the vaccine.
Yeah, about the vaccine, WBLS, and those guys. How they have a roundtable discussion. No, I've sent it to you also. It's going on WBLS online.
You saw, you sent me something.
Very informative.
Okay.
Very informative. They get a lot
Mo,
of.
I hear you talking about WBLS. You in New York, right?
No, we're Jersey.
No, I'm in Jersey. I'm in North Jersey.
Oh, so you're in New Jerusalem, the sixth borough.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Adrian and I are in the southern region of New Jerusalem. So
okay.
Like Bank City and adjacent.
So you in South Jersey, basically.
Yes. We're in all.
He's in the southern. I'm in the northern region.
Yeah, it reminded me like this. I remember this one young lady.
I'm in the northern region.
Because she came to Atlantic City and she's like, how do I get to the Jersey Shore? I saw it on TV all the time. She's in Atlantic City. She said, how do I get to the Jersey Shore? I said, sweetheart, you're standing in it.
That's funny.
I said, look around. You were at the Jersey Shore. You see the boardwalk right there? She wanted to know to get to the Jersey Shore because she saw it on MTV.
Hey, I got a fun fact for y'all. Do you know that in the whole United States, the one place that has the most like ancestral connection, when I say ancestral, I'm just talking as far as this continent, or the United States of 50 states, the place that has the most like familial ancestral connection is Brooklyn.
Hell yeah, a lot of
really? That's why every town in the United States that you go to, they have like a Brooklyn or a Lynn Brook or something to that effect, because all roads lead to Brooklyn.
My people from Trinidad are all up there in Brooklyn. They migrated from Trinidad in the 70s, and they have the largest carnival, which is the Labor Day Carnival in Brooklyn every year. But I don't believe they didn't have it last year because of the pandemic. But more than likely they'll have it this coming year. The carnival on Eastern Parkway.
You're not talking about just the West Indian Parade, are you? Or are you talking about something else?
That's what it is.
Okay.
Over $300 million those guys make. That ain't bad. They all came up from Trinidad and they started it up there.
Yeah, man.
The only thing, man,
from Trinidad,
I just pray, man, like, I don't know what it is, man, like every year, man, like there's always, unless I'm misinformed, man, it's like, it's very rare that you hear about the West Indian Parade in New York without like, somebody getting killed or some violence, man. It's always, man.
Anywhere you go, you're going to have violence. I don't care. Many places, where you have people have a good time, people get rowdy. It happens. It's just the facts of life. Look at what's going on right now in Philly. Philly's like off the hook. They the motorcycles and the shootings. It's a pandemic. Anytime you get into a pandemic, the FBI and those guys always have a report. They said the cities become very bad to go into. You know, when you have, you know, I mean, that's the way it is. It's life.
Yeah. So, Adrian, I'm going to ask you for the last closing statements of the night. What you got to say?
Well, like, Josh, first of all, I appreciate you coming on and telling us, you know, what's going on down in Texas. I was totally familiar with the situation because my sister used to live in Texas until she moved to Vegas. So I know what's going on down in Texas, you know, with the whole storm and the whole 9 yards. And that was very horrific. There's no doubt about it. You know, so I, like Mo put, you know, I wish you, you know, you all well. You know, you guys going to pull up on it because you guys do things big in Texas. And that's what it's all about. You get in big and you get out big also because everything is big in Texas. You know, I like that.
I'm going to be out here screaming, no norm, y'all, no norm.
You do it big in Texas. You have the perfect opportunity to build a very large network in Texas. Don't let us down because, like I said, that's what it's all about. Your network is your net worth. You started in St. Louis, Missouri, and you moved out to Texas. You got a hell of a thing going. Keep it going. One. Second of all, the CES. You know, that's where all the players play when they go to Vegas. They write everything off. They go gambling the whole 9 yards. Totally been there, done that. That's where the tech happens. That's where you got to be in like Flynn. You know, and third, as we deal with COVID here, you know, I always say, be positive, but test negative. Just remember that, Josh.
Yeah.
Positive, but always test negative. That's what it's about.
Yep. Well, folks, as we close out for 2.0, the official inaugural launch, we appreciate everyone who came by and stopped by from the chat room, or if not, in person. We hope that you enjoyed the new format. We look forward to giving you more content. Please don't forget, you can follow us at Twitter at New Norm 2.0, on Instagram, New Norm 2.0, Facebook, of course, the New Norm of Mo Delgado, and then anywhere else you can find a link for us, you'll find it there. We're there always for you. We're the place where you can come by and connect. And like Adrian says, please stay positive, but test negative. And we hope to wish you well. And until next time, peace out, everybody.
No doubt.